Warrior Lore. Chapter 673. Bang! The gigantic cyan hand smashed through the air, emitting a boundless amount of demonic energy. The gigantic hand was transforming, and after that, it transformed into a cyan dragon claw the size of a small mountain. It tore through the air and slammed towards a fat old monk. Xiaoqing's combat strength was unparalleled. It was as if an ancient war demon had been reborn. His cyan hair danced wildly, and the silver dragon horn in his hair shone with divine light. It was incomparably dazzling. A little demonic dragon dares to be presumptuous in front of me? The fat old monk said sternly. He then took a string of Buddhist beads from his neck and threw it at Xiaoqing. Swoosh! The Buddhist beads emitted a dazzling golden Buddhist light. They flew out and turned into 108 golden lights the size of a head. They pierced through the void and bombarded towards Xiaoqing. Like meteorites falling from the sky, each Buddhist bead emitted a vast fluctuation of Buddhist power. The entire sky seemed as if it was about to collapse, and the void trembled. The 108 Buddhist beads met the cyan dragon claw. Boom, 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 boom. A huge collision sound was heard. The cyan dragon claw smashed away dozens of golden Buddhist beads. Its momentum was not reduced, and it continued to tear towards the old monk. Oomph! You are just a fat pig. How dare you call yourself Lord Buddha? You are courting death. Xiaoqing sneered. The dragon claw directly slashed down. The void between heaven and earth collapsed under his claw. The aura of destruction was vast and mighty. Swoosh! The old monk disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above Xiaoqing. Bang! A dazzling golden hand suddenly appeared above Xiaoqing's head. Then, it bombarded towards Xiaoqing. Dragons soaring to the 9 heavens. Xiaoqing shouted and revealed his true dragon form. Roar! A cyan divine dragon hundreds of feet long roared and soared into the sky. Boom! The cyan divine dragon directly smashed the golden hand that smashed down from the sky. It was incomparably powerful. Divine dragon tail whip? Xiaoqing's voice resounded high up in the sky. Bang! The green divine dragon directly used its dragon tail to send the fat old monk flying. Roar! The old monk let out a roar and was sent flying thousands of feet away by Xiaoqing. Only then did he stop. 108 Buddhist beads danced around him like an arhat descending to the mortal world. Xiaoqing's tail whip of the divine dragon had dealt a great blow to the old monk's body. Golden Buddha blood seeped out of his orifices, making him look extremely hideous. After the cyan divine dragon slapped the old monk away, it disappeared into the void. The cyan demonic light flickered, and Xiaoqing's figure appeared from the demonic light. The fact that Xiaoqing was able to suppress the old monk, who was at the immortal realm, surprised Gu Fei. Xiaoqing was no longer the Xiaoqing snake that he met in the southern wasteland. Although Gu Fei was fighting with the tall and skinny old monk, he was still paying attention to the changes in the field. Xiaoqing's combat strength surprised him. It seemed that the old tortoise had put in a lot of effort on Xiaoqing. Bang! Gu Fei smashed a Buddhist weapon with one punch and sent the tall and skinny old monk flying. Specks of golden light exploded in the void. Those were the fragments of the Buddhist weapon. With his powerful physical strength, Gu Fei could already fight with the old monk. The strength of the immortal body had reached an unbelievable level. The strength of Gu Fei's physical body was comparable to the level of a divine weapon refined by an almighty expert. Every move of his had great strength. The old monk's magic weapon was only a Buddhist weapon refined by himself. It could not contend against Gu Fei's fist. How is this possible? The old monk was shocked. His magic weapon was destroyed, and his body was also impacted. A trace of golden blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The opponent's physical body was so strong that it made people tremble. Could it be that he was a legendary immortal warrior? I'll send you on your way. Gu Fei pressed forward. With just one step, he was already in front of the old monk. His qi and blood were surging, comparable to a flood dragon. The power of yin and yang was vast and mighty. The old monk was shocked and angry. Before Gu Fei could make a move, he was already one step ahead. He opened his mouth and spat out a dazzling golden light. In the golden light, there was a Vajra pestle. Swish! The Vajra pestle emitted an extremely sharp Buddhist light. It pierced through the void and stabbed towards Gu Fei's chest. Wherever it passed, a spatial crack appeared in the void. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He directly punched out. His fist directly hit the Vajra pestle in front of him. The Vajra pestle immediately shattered. After Gu Fei's fist smashed the Vajra pestle, it did not stop. It continued to press forward like a giant mountain. The powerful force crushed the void. Bang! Without any suspense, the old monk was punched in the chest by Gu Fei. The bone-chilling sound of bones breaking rang out. The old monk's chest immediately collapsed. Under the influence of the qi, the old monk did not even have a chance to dodge. Wah! The old monk spat out a large mouthful of golden blood and flew backward. His sternum was completely shattered. His body was almost smashed into two by Gu Fei's simple punch. Swish! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared in the next moment, he had already caught up with the old monk and then stomped down. Rumble! A terrifying force surged under Gu Fei's feet. The entire heaven and earth trembled under his feet. The 8 desolation steps did not only have 8 steps of extreme speed, it also had an offensive battle technique, 8 steps, 8 kills. Gu Fei took the first step of the 8 kill steps. Roar! The old monk roared. He felt danger. This young man had the terrifying strength to kill him. He raised his hands to block. Endless Buddhist power surged out from his hands, trying to block Gu Fei's step. Bang! The old monk was directly trampled down from the sky by Gu Fei. In the face of martial arts battle techniques, all supernatural powers seemed to be vulnerable. The old monk's block did not have any effect at all. Boom! The old monk smashed down from the sky like a meteorite. The earth shook and dust flew high into the sky. The violent impact caused a huge pit to appear on the ground. Gu Fei's cultivation could be said to be invincible among cultivators of the same cultivation level. Among cultivators of the same cultivation level, immortal cultivators were the most frightening and also the strongest in terms of battle prowess. They were both in the immortal god realm, but this old monk was no match for Gu Fei. The gap between the two was definitely not small. The old monk did not die. Buddhist power was still surging out from the pit. Gu Fei descended from the sky and was about to attack again. But at this moment, swish! A golden light rushed out from the pit and flew into the sky. Within the golden light, there was a golden divine bead the size of half a fist. Powerful Buddhist power and soul fluctuations radiated from the divine bead. Sarira? Gu Fei couldn't help being startled when he saw this. This old monk had actually abandoned his physical body and hid his soul in the Sarira to break out of his body and escape. Swish! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and displayed the extreme speed of the 8 desolation steps. He chased after the old monk as if he was teleporting. He stretched out his hand and a big black hand immediately condensed, grabbing at the dazzling golden immortal Buddhist Sarira. The big black hand was condensed by the power of extreme yin. The palm was like a bottomless black hole, producing a force that could swallow the sky. It actually sucked the immortal Buddhist Sarira. After that, the immortal and Buddhist relic was grabbed by the large hand and kept away. The power of yin and yang surged in Gu Fei's hand. The old monk still wanted to beg for mercy, but Gu Fei did not give him the chance. The soul in the immortal Buddhist Sarira was directly erased by Gu Fei, leaving only pure Buddhist power in the Sarira. Gu Fei kept the Sarira and looked around. He saw Old Tortoise and little monk Fanxio fighting further and further away. Wherever they passed, the mountains collapsed, the earth sank, and the void turned into chaotic nothingness. Old Tortoise and little monk Fanxio were like two ancient gods fighting. Their battle caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The mighty and terrifying energy fluctuations made people's hearts palpitate. The Tai Huang seal and green jade ring blade collided continuously. Old Tortoise and little monk Fanxio each wielded an extreme sacred weapon, but it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Old Tortoise and little monk Fanxio had a deep grudge, so this battle was extremely fierce. As for the battle between Little Qing and the fat old monk, The outcome of the battle was about to be decided. Little Qing displayed the dragon clan's great divine ability and suppressed the old monk. Not only did it destroy all 308 of the old monk's Buddhist prayer beads, it even beat the old monk until he vomited blood. On another battlefield, flames burned the sky. The fire Qilin and another old monk were fighting, while He Tian watched from the sidelines without stepping forward. The fire Qilin was incomparably powerful. His cultivation was stronger than Xiaoqing's. The flames enveloped half the sky, causing the void to distort. The endless divine fire trapped the old monk within. The old monk struggled left and right in the sea of fire, but he could not rush out. Faint demon clan Dao patterns appeared in the fire. Gu Fei could see that the fire Qilin had used the power of fire to set up a fire formation to trap the old monk in the sea of fire. He wanted to burn the old monk alive. His side could be said to have won. So what if the opponent was an immortal or Buddha? He would still be killed. Boss is mighty. When He Tian saw that Gu Fei had killed his opponent, he immediately rushed over and displayed his flattery skills to attack Gu Fei. However, his successful flattery skills were useless in front of Gu Fei. Mighty my ass. Gu Fei sent He Tian flying with a kick. However, at that moment, Gu Fei suddenly sensed a few powerful auras appearing in the primordial battlefield. Furthermore, the auras were rapidly approaching. Chapter 674. Powerful auras came from the east. For Gu Fei and the others who were in the desolate battlefield, that direction was the location of the Buddhist land in the west. Those powerful auras were full of peace and tranquility. There was no murderous intent in them. That was the characteristic of the Buddhist experts. The more peaceful they were, the more murderous they would be. In the world of cultivation, everything was determined by one's strength. It was the same for Buddhism. Mercy was only for the weak. The strong did not need to be merciful. Being merciful to the enemy was the same as being cruel to oneself. The experts of the Buddhist land are here? Gu Fei frowned. He sensed that those powerful auras were approaching quickly. Those were the energy waves of the immortal realm. How can there be such people in the world? Gu Fei was very surprised. The immortal realm was extinct in the Tonglong continent. Even demigods were legendary figures. But now, several immortal realm experts suddenly appeared. 300 years had passed. Did the Tanglong continent change? Gu Fei had a bad feeling. When the fire demon lord appeared, many influential figures were alarmed. At that time, he already knew that something big was going to happen in the Tonglong continent. However, he entered the Hell realm with the old turtle and slept in the boundary pearl for 300 years. He didn't know what happened in the Tonglong continent. Humph. Good. Gu Fei thought that he could learn from these guys what happened in the Tonglong continent in the past 300 years. Xiaoqing, old Qilin, stop playing, Gu Fei said to Xiaoqing and the fire Qilin. At this moment, a few golden rays of light appeared in the dim eastern sky. The peaceful power of Buddha arrived. The experts of the Buddhist sect had finally arrived. Xiaoqing and the fire Qilin had already sensed the auras of the experts of the Buddhist sect. Therefore, they didn't hold back anymore. They immediately used the great magical power of the demon clan and attacked the two old monks. Divine dragon dances in the 9 heavens. Xiaoqing shouted loudly, and a vast wave of demonic power immediately surged out from his body. Swish, swish, swish. His figure became blurry. Then, multiple figures charged out of his body and into the sky. They flashed through the sky and surrounded the old monk. Although the 9 figures were faint and illusory, each of them emitted a powerful demonic aura, as if 9 Xiaoqing had appeared at the same time. The 9 silhouettes attacked at the same time. Terrifying demonic energy swept towards the fat old monk like a raging wave. The terrifying energy wave shattered the void. Indestructible golden body. The old monk shouted, and his body suddenly emitted endless golden Buddhist light. His entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of golden powder, like a Buddha cast from pure gold. The golden Buddhist light illuminated the entire sky. Endless Buddhist power surged. This old monk was starting to fight with his life on the line. Bam! 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 Violent collisions resounded. Every time they collided, the entire void trembled. The boundless Buddhist light dissipated. Shaoqing seemed to have transformed into 9 ancient demon gods. Endless demonic power suppressed the boundless Buddhist light emitted by the old monk. The 9 blurry figures shot out 9 destructive divine lights that pierced through the old monk's indestructible golden body. The 9 divine lights shattered the void and annihilated everything. They were unstoppable. On the indestructible golden body of the old monk, 9 large holes were pierced through. Golden blood splashed out. The indestructible golden body had been pierced through. Roar! The old monk roared crazily. He didn't die because of this. The golden blood that splashed out from the indestructible golden body began to burn. The Buddhist power that erupted was even more powerful and terrifying than when he used the indestructible golden body earlier. Do you want to self-destruct? Shaoqing's voice resounded in the void. Then, boom! A green dragon claw descended from the sky. Like the claw of the ancestral dragon, it broke through the layers of Buddhist light and grabbed the bald head of the old monk. Bam! The bald head of the old monk was crushed by the dragon claw. Even his primordial spirit didn't have time to escape. His soul was destroyed by Shaoqing, and his headless body fell from the sky. After killing the old monk, the 9 terrifying figures that looked like demon gods rushed together. A strong light flashed and Shaoqing's figure appeared. The power of the Dragon Clan's combat skills was terrifying. Both Shaoqing and the old monk were in the immortal realm, but Shaoqing was able to kill the old monk. On the other side of the battlefield, the Fire Qilin also used his trump card. Endless power of divine fire gathered in his hand, and a flame divine spear appeared in his hand. Roar! The Fire Qilin roared and stepped on the divine fire. Like a god of fire, he rushed into the fire formation with a murderous aura and fought with the old monk who was trapped in the formation. After a dozen rounds, the Fire Qilin killed the old monk. Then, he walked out of the fire with the old monk's head on the divine spear. His red armor was stained with golden blood. How dare you kill a disciple of my Buddhist sect? You deserve to die. A loud shout came from the east. A Buddha god, clad in an embroidered kasaya and standing on a 9th-grade golden lotus, rushed over with a Buddhist aura surrounding him. Boom! The Buddha stretched out his hand, and a huge golden hand appeared in the void. It grabbed at the Fire Qilin, and the whole area was enveloped by the golden hand. Humph! The Fire Qilin sneered. He was fearless in the face of the Buddha. He raised the divine spear in his hand. Bang! The head of the old monk on the divine spear was immediately turned to dust. A spot of flame divine light suddenly bloomed from the tip of the divine spear. The dazzling divine light was as bright as the sun and pierced through the huge hand that was grabbing at him. Boom! The huge golden hand and the divine spear collided in an instant, and there was a loud explosion. The golden light lit up the whole dark world. The Fire Qilin flew back thousands of feet. The divine fire surged all over his body and caused the void around him to distort. His eyes were still as sharp as a divine weapon, but there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Who are you? The Fire Qilin's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He pointed the divine spear at the Buddha standing on the 9th-grade golden lotus. His long hair danced in the wind and his eyes were like cold lightning. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you disrespect the Buddha Lord? At this time, the Buddha's light flashed and the Buddha's power was vast. Several Buddhist experts arrived. They stood behind the Buddha Lord and shouted at the Fire Qilin. Buddha Lord? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Could this guy be the sect master of the Western Great Sect, the current master of the Western Buddhist land, Buddha Lord Qinglian? Buddha Lord Qinglian was one of the most powerful figures in the Tonglong continent. He was the leader of the Western Buddhist sect and was a great virtue in the Buddhist sect. As early as 300 years ago, there was a rumor that Buddha Lord Qinglian had cultivated the Arhat Tao fruit and became a Buddha Lord. He is the Buddha Lord? Then, am I not a Tao ancestor? Suddenly, a strange voice came from the side. This wasn't a real voice but a soul fluctuation. Undead creature? The Buddhist experts looked in the direction of the soul fluctuation and couldn't help but be shocked. They saw a strange skeleton with a black and white bone body smiling at them silently. It wasn't strange for there to be undead creatures in the desolate battlefield. This place was full of Qi and evil Qi, and it was also the entrance to the Hell Path. Powerful souls in the world would be summoned by the Hell Path and gather here. However, ever since ancient Buddha Fanxio returned 300 years ago, he killed all the powerful undead creatures in the desolate battlefield in a domineering manner. However, the undead creature in front of them was incomparably powerful. The soul fire in the skull was as bright as the sun, emitting a vast and boundless soul fluctuation. This undead creature definitely had the strength of an immortal realm expert. How can there be such a powerful undead creature in the desolate battlefield? The Buddha Lord seemed to be a little surprised when he saw He Tian. Rumble. The battle between Old Tortoise and Little Monk Fanxio continued. After 300 years of cultivation, Little Monk Fanxio's strength had recovered to its peak state. The two experts were evenly matched. The Tai Sovereign Seal and the Green Jade Ring Blade kept colliding. The power of the extreme Tao shook the entire desolate battlefield. Even the entire Western Buddhist sect could feel the unusual movements coming from the desolate battlefield. The battle between Old Tortoise and Little Monk Fanxio was getting further and further away. However, Gu Fei and the others could still feel the terrifying pressure and the aura of the Almighty. It's that old demon from the past. Sure enough, it's that evil old demon. After recognizing the Old Tortoise, the three experts behind Buddhist Lord Qinglian immediately became excited. One should know that the Old Tortoise was the one who dug up the tomb of the Millennium Buddha Lord on the Spirited Mountain. The tomb of the Millennium Buddha Lord was the holy land of the Western Buddhist sect. What's the relationship between you and that old demon? Buddhist Lord Qinglian stood on the 9-grade lotus throne like an ancient Buddha descending. He smiled and calmly asked Gu Fei and the others, "What old demon? Watch your mouth." He Tian walked over from afar. He didn't seem to put Buddhist Lord Qinglian in his eyes at all. This evil demon deserves to be punished. A middle-aged Buddha walked out from behind Buddhist Lord Qinglian and approached He Tian. His whole body emitted Buddhist light, and a golden wheel appeared behind his head. This was an immortal Buddha at the immortal realm. You Baldy deserve to be punished. He Tian didn't show any weakness. The power of yin and yang surged out from his skull. A Taiji yin-yang diagram seemed to appear behind his head. Buddhist Lord Qinglian didn't stop him. He just watched the scene quietly. Gu Fei also didn't say anything. It was a good opportunity for He Tian to test these monks. It should be known that the other party was the Buddhist Lord of the Western Buddhist sect. The Western Buddhist sect was an orthodoxy passed down by the Millennium Buddha Lord. It had existed for countless years, but no one knew what made it stand tall. Chapter 675. The middle-aged Buddha's white robe fluttered in the wind. Buddha's aura shrouded his body as he walked forward like a Buddha without a trace of murderous aura. He put his palms together and looked peaceful. He didn't look like he was fighting anyone. However, He Tian didn't dare to let his guard down. He knew that although these baldies looked benevolent, it was just a disguise. Under the benevolence, there was a hidden killing intent. If he was not careful, he would fall into the hands of these baldies. Buddha's radiance illumination. The middle-aged Buddha let out a soft cry. He put his palms together and flipped them outwards. 10,000 rays of Buddha's light suddenly radiated from his hands, illuminating the dark world and shining towards the black sky in front of them. Under the shroud of the Buddha's radiance, the void was collapsing. The Buddha's radiance had the power of destruction. It was like the light of destruction. Wherever it passed, the void was annihilated. Yin and yang reversal. He Tian also shouted and waved his hands in front of him. The power of yin and yang surged and a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram appeared in front of He Tian. The void in front of him seemed to have turned upside down. The destructive Buddhist light that shone towards him was reversed and shot back towards the middle-aged Buddhist. The middle-aged Buddhist was obviously shocked. He had never expected that Lin Fan would have such an unfathomable technique. Lin Fan had actually reversed his attack. It was truly shocking. Although the middle-aged Buddha was shocked, he didn't panic. He flipped his right hand, and a small golden plate appeared in his hand. Then, it enlarged rapidly. Whoosh! The golden Buddha banner swayed and monstrous Buddha's radiance surged out. Mysterious and ancient Buddha runes appeared, and a golden Buddha's fire burned forward. The destructive Buddha's radiance was immediately turned into Buddha's fire by the power of the Buddha banner and burned towards He-Tian. Swoosh! With the protection of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram, He-Tian directly rushed into the surging Buddha's fire. The power of Yin and Yang surged, and the void around He-Tian was distorted. All the Buddha's fire that was burning towards him was blocked, shifted, and repelled. He-Tian's divine power was invulnerable. Everyone couldn't help but be moved. The middle-aged Buddha shook the Buddha's fire banner fiercely. A terrifying Buddha's force surged out from the banner and shook the entire void. The terrifying Buddha's fire burned half of the sky red. It seemed to be even more powerful than the fire Chilant's divine fire. The void was silently annihilated in the sea of fire. Mahakala strolled through the sea of flames as if he was taking a leisurely stroll through the courtyard. He quickly approached the middle-aged Buddhist, and then he smashed his fist forward. Bang! The void was directly shattered. Mahakala's fist shone with a divine light that was as dazzling as the sun. The power of extreme yang erupted, dispersing the endless Buddha fire. His fist landed on the Buddha fire god banner. The middle-aged Buddha was shocked when the Buddha's weapon was smashed away. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but He-Tian didn't give him the chance. When the Buddha's fire banner was smashed away, He-Tian had already reached the middle-aged Buddha's side. The Buddha's right was Yang, and the Buddha's left was Yin. The power of extreme Yin condensed on He-Tian's left fist. Then, he punched towards the middle-aged Buddha's abdomen. The power of extreme Yin burst out. He-Tian's left fist seemed to have turned into a black sun. Bang! The middle-aged Buddha was shocked when the Buddha's weapon was smashed away. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but He-Tian didn't give him the chance. When the Buddha's fire banner was smashed away, He-Tian had already reached the middle-aged Buddha's side. Bang! He-Tian's punch caused the middle-aged Buddha's body to arch like a prawn. The white moon monk robe on his body instantly shattered, like butterflies fluttering in the sky. A simple punch had beaten the middle-aged Buddha into a miserable state. His internal organs were shattered, and golden blood oozed out of his 7 orifices. He looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Whoosh! He-Tian's right arm was like a horizontal mountain range, bombarding the middle-aged Buddha's arched back. Bang! Kacha! A violent collision sound and the sound of bones breaking rang out almost at the same time. Stop! The other 2 Buddhist experts standing behind Buddhist Lord Green Lotus immediately shouted and rushed out, wanting to save the middle-aged Buddha. He-Tian's attack almost smashed the middle-aged Buddha into 2. His body was seriously injured, but the middle-aged Buddha didn't die. With his cultivation at this level, his body was no longer ordinary. Even his blood had turned golden. It was not easy for the middle-aged Buddha to die, but He-Tian's attack had broken his tendons and bones. It was enough for him to suffer. Boom! The middle-aged Buddha fell from the sky like a meteorite. The violent impact caused the ground to tremble, and a cloud of dust rose up. Swoosh! Swoosh! Figures flashed. Shaoqing and the fire Qilan blocked the 2 Buddhist experts who were rushing towards He-Tian. Their battle intent was like a rainbow, and their demonic power was vast. Although they killed the 2 old monks who guarded the Naraka realm in the previous battle, they didn't seem to be satisfied. The 2 Buddhist experts rushed out, and it was a good time to fight. Oomph! Do you Buddhists like to fight in groups? Gu Fei sneered. He stepped in the void and approached Buddhist Lord Green Lotus, who was sitting on the 9th grade golden lotus. Bang! 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 Like a supreme god of war, Gu Fei's every step in the void caused the whole world to tremble. His black hair fluttered, and his eyes were like lightning. He was extremely powerful. Immortal martial arts. Buddhist Lord Green Lotus stared at Gu Fei. At this moment, he could no longer remain calm. There was no fluctuation of Dharma power, and there was no phenomenon of supernatural power. He could already see that Gu Fei was different from others. The world has changed, and the immortal gods have appeared. Now, even the immortal martial artists have appeared? Buddhist Lord Green Lotus's expression was extremely solemn, and he stared at Gu Fei, who was approaching him step by step. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but stop. What happened in the Tanglong continent in the past 300 years? He stared at Buddhist Lord Green Lotus and said indifferently. He really wanted to know the situation of the Tanglong continent. In the past, he would never dare to speak like this to a hierarch of a great sect. Buddhist Lord Green Lotus was a legendary existence, but now it was different. Gu Fei had become an immortal through martial arts. He was the first immortal martial artist to reach the immortal martial arts realm. He was confident that he could compete with someone like Buddhist Lord Green Lotus. You and I shouldn't be enemies, but you killed my disciple. I have no choice but to fight with you. Buddhist Lord Green Lotus didn't answer Gu Fei's words. Nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Gu Fei didn't say anything else. He directly pushed his palm forward. His movement was slow, but his palm was moving like a huge mountain. Rumble. The world in front of Gu Fei's palm shook. This was not a technique, nor was it a supernatural power. It was a tyrannical power that shook the world. So what if it was Buddhist Lord Green Lotus? He would still fight. However, a nameless young man was able to fight Lord Green Lotus to a standstill. This shocked the two followers of Lord Green Lotus. Boss, Gu Fei, this kid, Tian, Shaoqing, and the Fire Qilan Balan were also shocked. The bald man standing on the Nine Lotus throne was extremely powerful. He wasn't someone the old monks guarding the Hell Dao could compare to. However, Gu Fei was able to fight against such a powerhouse. It was truly surprising. After clashing head-on with Lord Qinglian, Gu Fei moved as fast as lightning amidst the dazzling light. He was engaged in an intense battle with Lord Qinglian. After images were left in the void. In the end, even their figures disappeared. The two of them were like two destructive lights. Wherever they went, everything was destroyed and smashed. Nothing could stop them. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them continuously fought against each other, using their divine abilities and battle skills. The world shook and the void shattered. The power of immortals and Buddha's light surged. Roar, roar. The two of them roared at the same time and punched with their right fists. Boom. Two fists fiercely collided with each other. Bam. Both of them flew backward, and the void between them instantly collapsed. Under the effect of the power of the world, the shattered void quickly repaired itself. The world couldn't really be broken and couldn't be repaired. When the shattered void disappeared, the two of them stood quietly in the sky. Gu Fei and Lord Green Lotus stared at each other without blinking. Gu Fei's expression didn't change. He was still calm. A trace of blood was seeping out from his clenched right fist. The trace of blood didn't drip from Gu Fei's hand. Instead, it quickly flowed back and disappeared in his hand. Cultivators were very terrifying. In the great era of the ancient era, a great accomplishment cultivator was the nightmare of every cultivator. Everything on a great accomplishment cultivator contained great power. A drop of blood, an inch of flesh, or even a strand of hair had the power to kill a great existence. Lord Green Lotus, who was standing on the Nine Lotus throne, also had golden blood seeping out from his right hand. However, the blood of Lord Green Lotus didn't drip down either. Both of their bodies were very strong. After getting injured, their wounds would quickly recover. Gu Fei noticed the strangeness of Lord Green Lotus's hand. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. He didn't expect Lord Green Lotus's body to be so strong. It's not only cultivators who have a strong body. My Buddhist sect also has a body refining technique. It's not necessarily inferior to the body refining technique of the martial path. Lord Green Lotus said indifferently. Is that so? Gu Fei said disdainfully. It was absolutely stupid to fight a cultivator in close combat. The body of a cultivator was recognized as the strongest body in the cultivation world. The body refining technique was not a great divine ability of the Buddhist sect. Gu Fei's battle intent was high. Lord Green Lotus was too powerful. He actually used the power of his body to fight with Gu Fei. Gu Fei was shocked. However, he didn't believe that the body refining technique of the Buddhist sect could compete with the battle technique of the martial path. Boom. Immortal martial force surged in his body. Yin and Yang Qi surged violently. 5 multicolored hazy spaces began to appear outside his body. The power of yin and yang turned into the power of the 5 elements. 5 hazy spaces appeared. This was the fusion of Gu Fei's battle technique and the power of the inner world. It was a different kind of battle technique. Cultivating the 5 elements in reverse could turn into yin and yang. Then, the power of yin and yang could also turn into the 5 elements. Gu Fei tried and successfully used this battle technique. Swish! He used the 8 desolation steps and soared into the sky. It was as if he was passing through the 5 worlds. His speed was extremely fast. In a flash, he appeared above Lord Green Lotus. Bang! Gu Fei's right foot stomped on Lord Green Lotus's head. A vast immortal martial force surged under his foot. The void collapsed from this stomp. A destructive aura rippled. He used the 8 steps, 8 kills of the 8 desolation steps. Golden-topped Buddhist lamp. Buddhist Lord Qinglian shouted as he stepped forward with his right palm. Buddhist power surged out from his palm, blooming with Buddhist light. A divine lamp appeared in the middle of the Buddhist light, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. The Buddhist lamp hung high in the sky, illuminating the void. It became the only thing between the heaven and earth. It wasn't a real Buddhist lamp. It was just a shadow condensed from Buddhist power. However, it contained endless power. The void was silently annihilated under the light. This? Chapter 677. Rumble. This was an earth-shattering collision. The 8 steps, 8 kills, and the golden apex Buddhist lamp collided. The terrifying power directly shook the sky and the earth. The world was torn apart. Underscore, the martial arts battle technique and the Buddhist divine power clashed. The immortal martial arts battle force collided with the endless Buddhist power, piercing through the heaven and earth. Gu Fei was sent flying high into the sky. The Buddhist lamp that was fixed in the void also dissipated in the void. Buddhist Lord Qinglian, who was standing on the 9-grade lotus throne, fell from the sky. Boom! The earth collapsed, and Buddhist Lord Qinglian descended from the sky like a golden star. His powerful Buddhist power caused the area below to collapse, forming a huge pit. The vast Buddhist power impacted the whole ground violently like waves. The mountains collapsed, the earth trembled, and hideous cracks spread to the distance. At this time, 2 roars suddenly sounded, and then, a black and white divine light soared into the sky and rushed to the distant sky. 2 balls of golden Buddha light suddenly burst out, and the power of Buddha was vast and mighty. It was as if 2 golden suns had appeared high up in the sky. In the golden light, 2 Buddhas rushed to the sky and chased after the black and white divine light. On the ground, there was a huge pit, and there was a figure lying on the ground. Golden blood was seeping out from his body. The middle-aged Buddha, whose body had been destroyed by Mahakala, had been beheaded. He had been beheaded and killed. Despicable devil, die! You killed my Buddhist disciple. You must die. The 2 Buddhas shouted angrily, and their voices spread far. At this moment, they could no longer maintain their calm. Their murderous aura was surging, and they were like angry Vajra. They could not wait to tear apart He Tian's bones one by one. This He Tian. In the distant sky, Shaoqing couldn't help but shake his head. A ruthless guy. Fire Qilan Balan looked at He Tian's distant figure and said indifferently, Mahakala did not always play his cards according to common sense. While everyone's attention was focused on Gu Fei and Lord Green Lotus, he sneaked up to the middle-aged Buddha whose body he had crippled. Then, he suddenly attacked and killed the middle-aged Buddha who was circulating his Buddhist energy to heal himself. This action of He Tian completely infuriated the other 2 Buddhas who were confronting Shaoqing and Fire Qilan Balan. The 2 Buddhas were furious and immediately rushed towards He Tian. Shaoqing and Fire Qilan Balan did not stop them and let the 2 Buddhas pursue He Tian. This He Tian was too comfortable just now, so he deserved to be hunted down. You 2, come and help me. He Tian transmitted his voice to Shaoqing and Fire Qilan Balan. 1 against 2 was not his style. Shaoqing and Fire Qilan Balan didn't move as if they didn't hear He Tian's transmission. Preposterous. Erebus couldn't help but groan inwardly as he fled into the distance. These two Buddhas seemed to be even stronger than the unlucky Baldi he had just killed. Tian didn't want to fight to the death with these two Baldis. He didn't have the confidence to kill both of them at the same time, so he could only retreat. Soon, Tian and the two Buddhas disappeared into the dusky sky. Boom! At this time, there was a sudden tremor in the sky. Then, a dazzling five-colored divine light burst out from the dusky sky. The power of the five elements was vast and mighty. It was as if a five-colored sun suddenly appeared in the sky, illuminating the whole world and dispersing all the dark clouds and mist. Clang! 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 In the sky, there seemed to be countless divine weapons being unsheathed. A cold and sharp aura spread out. In the endless five-colored divine light, there were countless swords and sabers condensed, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they slashed downwards. This was an endless sea of sabers and swords. It wasn't really thousands of sabers and swords, but each saber and sword was like a peerless divine weapon, emitting a palpitating saber light and sword energy. Yin and yang into the five elements, thousands of sabers and swords. Gu Fei's voice echoed in the sky. The sabers and swords condensed from the power of the five elements cut through the void and slashed towards Buddhist Lord Green Lotus, who was standing on the 9-grade lotus platform and emitting endless Buddhist light. This was a sea of sabers and swords, a terrible storm formed by the sabers and swords. Shaoqing and the fire Kiran Balan, who were watching the battle from afar, were shocked by the scene in front of them. The martial arts were incomparably powerful. Even if they were to face such an attack, they might not be able to resolve Gu Fei's attack. Rumble. Like a Buddha rising from the earth, the thick earth chi also rose from the ground. The earth shook as Buddhist Lord Green Lotus used his power to draw the earth chi. Buddha moves mountains and rivers. Buddhist Lord Green Lotus's voice was still peaceful and calm. In the face of thousands of sabers and swords falling from the sky, he was still calm and composed. His expression did not change as he used his Buddhist power to draw the earth chi. Rumble. It was as if huge mountains rose from the earth and then crashed into the sky. The gray earth chi shrouded the earth, and the shadows of the mountains could be vaguely seen in the earth chi. Boom! Countless sabers and swords collided with the mountains that emerged from the earth chi. The multicolored saber light and the sword shadow broke into the earth chi. The mountains were collapsing, and the earth chi was surging. However, when one mountain collapsed, another one emerged from the earth chi. It seemed as if there was no end. Buddhist Lord Green Lotus used the power of the earth to resist Gu Fei's thousands of sabers and swords. This was the collision between the power of the five elements and the earth chi. The thousands of sabers and swords formed by the power of the five elements were also collapsing. It seemed that they were still on par. Gu Fei and Buddhist Lord Green Lotus were still unable to suppress each other. Gu Fei could be proud that he was on par with the legendary Buddhist Lord Green Lotus. It should be known that Buddhist Lord Green Lotus was a legendary figure in the Tanglong continent. Taoism had Ku Rong, the Buddhist land had Green Lotus, the demon race had Yellow Dragon, the devil area had Dominator of Six Paths, and the Great Demon Venerable. These figures stood at the top of the cultivation world in the Tanglong continent. This was the Tanglong continent 300 years ago. No one knew what the Tanglong continent had become now. The power of the five elements and the earth chi collided and canceled each other out. The thousands of sabers and swords disappeared, and the earth chi that Buddhist Lord Green Lotus had drawn was also dispersed. Buddhist Lord Qinglian soared into the sky, while Gu Fei descended from the sky. The two of them stood in the air and exchanged glances with each other. Sparks flew from the collision. At this time, Tian rushed over from afar. He could not get rid of the two tails behind him. He directly rushed towards Shaoqing and the fire Kylan Balan. This guy. Chapter 678. Swoosh. The yin-yang escape art was as fast as lightning. Tian was like a black and white divine rainbow, rushing towards Shaoqing and Balan. Behind Tian were two murderous Buddhas. This guy is really unreliable. Shaoqing and Balan wanted to retreat. They were not willing to attack, but Tian's ability to escape was really superb. With the yin-yang great shift, He had already rushed to the front of Xiaoqing and Balan. Boom! At this moment, the void in front of them suddenly shook. A huge golden hand with boundless Buddhist power broke the void, shrouded the heaven and earth, and directly grabbed at He Tian's back. The two Buddhas made their move. The golden hand exuded boundless Buddhist energy, locking down this part of the world and enveloping Little Qing and the fire Qilan Baron. Little Qing and Baron couldn't help but be moved. Preposterous! Xiaoqing's face suddenly darkened. The two Buddhas simply did not put him and Balan in their eyes. Did these two baldies think that they were almighty? He Tian used the yin-yang great shift again. The void shook, and he dodged to the side. In this way, it became a battle between Xiaoqing, Balan, and the two Buddhas. Xiaoqing and Balan were the first to bear the brunt. The huge golden hand looked like it was cast from gold, and it was the size of a small mountain. As it slammed down, the vast Buddhist power caused the void to collapse. Boom! Monstrous divine fire gushed out from Balan, the fire Kirin. Terrifying energy waves spread out, and a powerful momentum immediately spread between heaven and earth. Endless divine fire condensed in Balan's hand, and an ancient flame divine spear appeared in his hand. He snorted coldly, and directly pierced forward with the spear. Swoosh! The divine spear pierced through the air with a slight sound. The void was immediately torn apart by the tip of the spear. Raging divine fire condensed at the tip of the spear, emitting a dazzling fiery light. It was as if a golden sun had been raised on the divine spear. The terrifying heat it emitted caused the void in front of the divine spear to distort. Bam! A dull sound of impact rang out. The huge golden hand collided with the divine flame spear. The divine flame spear directly pierced through the huge golden hand. Balan held the divine flame spear and directly rushed through the golden hand. The golden light hand dissipated, and the vast and mighty energy swept through heaven and earth, dispersing the dark clouds and underworld mist on the horizon. Chi! The divine spear was like a bolt of lightning, directly piercing through the chest of one of the Buddhas who was charging over. The divine fire burned so much that the void distorted. The spark on the spearhead was as bright as the sun, illuminating the dark sky of the desolate ancient battlefield. The Buddha who rushed over first was clearly taken aback. He didn't expect Balan to be so strong. He directly pierced through the golden hand and attacked him. Swoosh! A golden Buddhist wheel rushed out from the body of the Buddha, spinning forward to block. The Buddhist wheel was engraved with mysterious Buddhist runes. This was a Buddhist treasure with Buddhist runes interwoven into it. Clang! The divine spear pierced the Buddhist wheel, and the sound of metal colliding resounded in heaven and earth. The Buddhist wheel shook and was knocked back by the divine spear. Meanwhile, Balan's attack was also blocked. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from afar. The rolling sound waves shook the entire desolate ancient battlefield. The roar shook the mountains and rivers. The person who could make such a terrifying roar was definitely a top-notch figure. Gu Fei and Lord Green Lotus, who were fighting endlessly, couldn't help but stop. Xiaoqing, Balan, and the others almost fell from the sky because of the roar. Everyone's qi and blood were tumbling, and their ears were buzzing. Their spiritual soul and body were greatly impacted. It's the old tortoise. When Gu Fei heard the roar, he could not help but be shocked. He quickly looked at the place where the old tortoise and little monk Fanxio were fighting. In the distant sky, a demonic diagram shrouded the heavens and earth and was descending. A terrifying demonic energy came from the front. The demonic aura shocked all living beings. Even Gu Fei felt a shiver from the depths of his soul. The Earth Demon Lord, Ing Tian? The demonic diagram was not unfamiliar to Gu Fei. He used to fight with the owner of the demonic diagram in the Naraka realm. Could it be that the Demon Lord had been hiding in the desolate ancient battlefield and never left? Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. If that was really the case, then it would be very bad. The old tortoise seemed to have suffered a great loss. He roared again and attacked with the Tai Sovereign Seal. The seal broke the void and rushed out from under the demonic diagram. Swoosh! The dark green saber light soared up and split the heaven and earth. Like a ray of destructive divine light, it chased after the old tortoise from behind. The extremely sharp saber chi swept across the heaven and earth. The old tortoise's hair was disheveled. There was a horrifying hole in his chest and abdomen. Blood beads that emitted bright red light sprinkled down from the sky. The old tortoise roared crazily and smashed the Thai sovereign seal behind him. Boom! The supreme sovereign seal collided with the dark green saber light, shattering the extremely fierce and terrifying saber light. The old tortoise was also sent flying by the earth-shattering strike. He withdrew the Thai sovereign seal and disappeared in the void. When he reappeared, he was near Gu Fei and the others. "Let's go!" The old tortoise shouted and opened up his inner world. It shrouded down and took Gu Fei and the others inside. The old tortoise then broke the void and rushed into the void. Buddhist Lord Qinglian saw the opportunity early and escaped before the old tortoise arrived. However, the two Buddhas who followed him were not so lucky and were taken into the inner world by the old tortoise. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two silhouettes crossed the void from 1,000 miles away and arrived near the old tortoise. At this time, the old tortoise had already broken the void and escaped to God knows where. Swoosh! The demonic diagram shrouded the world and descended towards Fanxiu. A terrifying demonic energy surged out from the demonic diagram as if it wanted to swallow the whole world into the diagram. Ingtian, you, little monk Fanxiu was shocked and angry at the same time. He never thought that this ferocious demon would be so ruthless and attack him directly. The green jade ring blade slashed out in defiance of the heavens. The resplendent blade light directly broke into the world in the demonic diagram, and a mountain range collapsed under the blade light. Go! Fan Xiaoxiao and Lai Shang broke through the void and rushed out from the devil diagram. He was unwilling to fight with Ying Tian, so he directly put Buddhist Lord Green Lotus into his inner world and left the ancient, desolate battlefield. Humph! A cold laugh rang out in the air. After that, a silhouette shrouded in devilish chi appeared above the diagram. A terrifying devilish chi gushed forth from the silhouette, causing all living beings to tremble. The desolate ancient battlefield was silent. The undead creatures all hid in fear. Chapter 679. Boom! In the sky above a certain mountain range in the western Buddhist land, the void suddenly shattered. A black hole emitting the aura of primal chaos appeared high up in the sky. Swish! A figure rushed out from the black hole. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were torn, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, the most terrifying thing was that there was a bloody hole in his chest. His flesh was badly mutilated, and blood was dripping from his wound. Droplets of blood were dripping from his wound. Roar! The old tortoise roared, shaking the mountains. The birds and beasts in the mountains trembled in fear and fled in all directions. This area was instantly thrown into chaos. Fanxiu, Ingtian, the old tortoise gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that these two fellows who were like fire and water would join forces to deal with him. One must know that the Earth Demon Lord, Ingtian, was suppressed in the Naraka Dao by a Buddhist lord. There was a great enmity between Buddhas and devils. It was precisely because of this that the old tortoise suffered such a great loss. Two people who would never join forces actually joined forces. Even now, the old tortoise still found it hard to believe. I will remember this enmity. Although the old tortoise's anger burned the 9 heavens, he had no choice but to retreat. Ingtian's sneak attack had seriously injured his body. For the time being, he couldn't find those two to settle the score with. If it was an ordinary almighty, they would have died after taking a blow from the Earth Demon Lord. However, the old tortoise was innately different from ordinary almighty. The old tortoise scanned his surroundings and then flew towards the depths of the mountain range. The western Buddhist land was a land of thousands of miles. There were spiritual mountains and temples everywhere. It was a scene of prosperity and prosperity. This mountain range was located in a remote area of the western Buddhist land. There were no spiritual veins underground. It could be said to be a barren land with no Buddhist disciples cultivating here. However, the commotion caused by the old tortoise's shattering of the void still alarmed some Buddhist experts. Swish, swish, swish. 3 monks appeared in the void. surrounded by Buddhist light and a golden wheel of Buddhist Dharma looming behind their heads. These 3 monks could already condense a golden wheel of Buddhist light behind their heads, indicating that they were about to attain the Arhat Tao fruit. The 3 monks scanned the surroundings carefully with solemn expressions. An old monk with a ruddy face glanced into the depths of the mountain range, and then he rode on a streak of light, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The other 2 monks glanced at each other before flying off to follow the old monk. Rumble. Not long after, a strange sound rang out from the ancient, desolate battlefield. The entire ancient, desolate battlefield was trembling as devil chi shot up into the sky. The baleful chi even gushed into the Western Buddhist land. The Western Buddhist lands were shaken. All of the Buddhists were visibly moved. Within the ancient, desolate exhibition ground, it was as if a peerless devil had awakened. The demonic energy surged out from the desolate battlefield, causing all living beings in the Western Buddhist land to tremble, causing countless living beings to feel uneasy. It was as if doomsday had arrived. In the center of the Western Buddhist lands, where the tomb of the legendary ancient Buddhist lord was, Mountling, a little monk with white teeth and red lips stood at the summit, looking in the direction of the ancient, desolate battlefield. Ingtian, what are you trying to do? Little monk Fanshio murmured to himself. An incomparably solemn expression appeared on his young face. At this moment, a figure silently appeared behind little monk Fanshio. Where is that old monster? Little monk Fanshio said indifferently. He did not turn around. On his small body, there was a completely different aura. He had the bearing of a Buddha. He's hiding in the depths of a mountain range in the southwest. The person replied respectfully. That old monster is heavily injured. As expected, he can't escape far. Little monk Fanshio said. He then leaped up and headed southwest. Taking advantage of the fact that the old tortoise was heavily injured, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill the old tortoise. Little monk Fanshio did not want to miss this opportunity. However, at this moment, another person appeared in front of little monk Fanshio. It was as though he had walked out of the void. What's the matter? As soon as he saw this person, little monk Fanshio immediately stopped. A strange expression flashed across his face. He had an inexplicable bad feeling in his heart. It was a young monk dressed in a yellow robe. He put his palms together and said to little monk Fanshio, Ancient Buddha, countless demonic creatures have suddenly appeared in the desolate battlefield. These demonic creatures are continuously entering our Buddhist Pure Land from the desolate battlefield. What? Little monk Fanshio was shocked. He could no longer maintain his composure. What is Ingtian trying to do? Is he going to start a war between the Buddha and the demon? Immediately sound the Buddha bell and gather the Buddhist soldiers. I'd like to see what that ominous demon is trying to do. Little monk Fanshio temporarily put the matter of the old tortoise aside. Rumble. The strange sound of galloping horses came from the desolate battlefield that bordered the Buddhist Pure Land. Demonic chi covered the sky and surged violently. Compared to the sunlight on the Buddhist Pure Land, it was a peaceful scene. It was like 2 different worlds. Demonic chi engulfed the heaven and earth, gushing out from the desolate battlefield towards the peaceful world. Terrifying roars came from within the demonic chi, as if there were thousands of demons howling, causing one's scalp to go numb. Within the dusky demonic chi, countless demonic shadows could be vaguely seen. Swoosh! A malevolent demonic creature covered in pitch-black scales and shrouded in demonic chi suddenly rushed out from the demonic chi. Chi! 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 The demonic creature's body immediately emitted wisps of white smoke. When the spiritual chi from the Buddhist Pure Land rushed towards it, it felt as if it was being burned by fire. With a painful hiss, it rushed back into the demonic chi. Roar! 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 Terrifying roars began to resound from the surging demonic chi, shaking the heaven and earth. Those were the roars of powerful demonic creatures. Weak demonic creatures couldn't withstand the aura of the Buddhist Pure Land, but the powerful ones were unaffected. Bam! A huge foot that was 10 feet tall stepped out from the demonic chi, causing the earth to tremble. The pitch-black foot was covered in pitch-black scales and shrouded in demonic chi. A fiendish aura spread out. Roar! A roar shook the heaven and earth. Even the clouds in the sky were scattered. A huge demonic beast that was 100 feet tall walked out from the demonic chi. It had a single horn on its head and a huge bloody mouth. It stood on the ground and had a pair of slender arms that were 30 to 40 feet long. It was extremely terrifying. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure that was shrouded in Buddhist light appeared in front of the demonic beast. It was a young monk wearing a white moon monk robe. He had an extraordinary aura, as if he was a Buddha riding the wind. Roar! There were countless sons of Buddha, and it was said that there were millions of Buddha soldiers. It was one of the few super forces in the Tonglong continent. It had an incomparably deep foundation. For thousands of years, there were not many incidents where they dared to attack the Western Buddhist land. The Buddhist soldiers were much stronger than the demonic beasts, and they could, of Buddhist soldiers, protectors, the Buddhist soldiers, killed, and the Buddhist soldiers, killed from demonic beasts. All the Buddhist guardians and Buddhist soldiers that rushed over could fly in the air. In other words, every single Buddhist soldier possessed the formidable strength of the void-controlling realm and above. However, even so, the demonic aura from the desolate battlefield was still surging towards the depths of the Buddhist land. Countless demonic beasts were still rushing out from the demonic aura. The strength of the demonic beasts seemed to be unstoppable. It was threatening the entire Buddhist land. Moreover, the strength of the demonic beasts that rushed out from the demonic aura started to increase. More and more powerful demonic beasts started to appear. Roar! A demonic ape that was as huge as a hill stretched out its huge palm and slapped a flying disciple down from the sky. The tendons and bones of the disciple were broken. All the bones in his body were almost crushed. Bang! The devil ape stomped down and crushed the Buddhist disciple that it had slapped down from the sky into minced meat, killing him on the spot. Some disciples of the Buddhist sects started to die. A demonic dragon with a pair of wings on its back spat out a monstrous demonic flame. The demonic flame burned the disciple into ashes. Even the Buddhist weapons they had refined were turned into ashes. Bang! The earth suddenly split open. A demonic snake broke out from the earth and swallowed a disciple who was flying in the sky. More and more Dharma protectors and Buddhist soldiers were gathering from all directions, fighting against those terrifying demonic beasts that had rushed into the land of Buddha and wreaked havoc. Melodious bell tolls came from the depths of the land of Buddha. Ingtian, what are you trying to do? Little monk Fanxio's childish voice came from the depths of the Buddhist land. His voice wasn't loud, but it spread to the heavens and the earth. The demonic aura that covered half of the sky was still pushing towards the depths of the Buddhist land. No one responded to little monk Fanxio. Only the shrill and terrifying roars of demonic beasts could be heard. The power of the demonic aura was vast and mighty. All the flying beasts that couldn't escape in time were instantly invaded by the demonic aura. They were demonized and turned into ferocious demonic beasts. Ingtian, don't go too far. Little monk Fanxio's voice sounded again. This time, his tone was no longer calm. This Ingtian, was he trying to demonize the entire Buddhist land? The Western Buddhist land was the inheritance of the Buddhist sovereign. If the Western Buddhist land was demonized, it was equivalent to destroying the foundation of the Buddhist sect, severing the legacy of the Buddhist sovereign. For millions of years, there weren't many forces or peerless characters that could threaten the legacy of the Buddhist sovereign. Boom! A giant palm slammed out from the demonic aura. Terrifying demonic energy rippled out, shaking the entire heaven and earth. The entire Western Buddhist land trembled. Ingtian used action to respond to little monk Fanxio. That pitch-black gigantic hand was like a hand of destruction, exuding an extremely terrifying and powerful force, directly annihilating a few experts of the Buddhist sect who were blocking its path before slamming into the depths of the Buddha land. Fine. Since you want to fight, let's fight. Let's see who's afraid of who. Little monk Fanxio bellowed. Rumble. Boundless Buddha luminance erupted from the depths of the Buddhist land. The shadow of a Buddha appeared, towering over 10,000 zhang. Its head reached the sky, and its feet stood on the ground. It was as if a Buddha had descended from the heavens. Boundless Buddha energy instantly spread across the entire Western Buddhist land. Pung. The 10,000 zhang tall Buddha shadow stretched out its right hand and pushed forward, colliding with the giant black palm. The power of Buddha and devil clashed, causing the giant black palm to dissipate into the void. Shua. Chapter 681. This was a place like a fairyland. Dense spiritual energy filled the air, flowers and trees flourished, and strange spiritual springs dotted the landscape. Auspicious clouds lingered in the sky, and red-crowned cranes soared in the sky. In the sky above this world, there was a floating palace. It was a divine palace, surrounded by spiritual energy and flickering with spiritual light. It was like an ancient divine mountain was fixed high up in the sky, giving off a powerful sense of pressure. There was no sun in this world, only a dazzling divine pearl orbiting in the sky, rising from the east and setting in the west, like the sun of the world. In the main hall of the divine palace, there were 2 rows of seats on each side. On the throne in the middle sat a burly figure with disheveled hair. His chest and abdomen were dripping with blood, and there was a bloody hole. Blood that emitted a bright red light seeped out and dyed the throne red. The scarlet blood flowed under the throne and glowed. Old Tortoise, you. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He stood in front of the old tortoise, shocked to the extreme. He couldn't imagine that in this world, other than an extreme master, there was someone who could injure the old tortoise to this extent. Old Tortoise rushed into the depths of the barren mountains and unruly rivers in the Buddhist land, then directly entered the inner world and returned to the divine palace. He then released Gu Fei and the others who had been kept in the inner world. Master, Master, Shaoqing and the fire Qilan Balan couldn't help but be moved when they saw the old tortoise's appearance. The old tortoise was an almighty master of the demonic race, but he was injured to this extent. It's all right, I won't die. The old tortoise gritted his teeth, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Only he would plot against others, but ever since he met that evil Baldy Fanxio, he began to have bad luck. What's going on? Gu Fei asked. He had already vaguely guessed what was going on. I didn't think that the 2 most unlikely fellows would join forces. What else can I say? The old tortoise said hatefully. Earth demon lording Tian, little monk Fanxio, just wait and see. With a thought from the old tortoise, the spiritual energy of this world was immediately attracted. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and entered his body. In the central region of his inner world, a divine spring was emitting pure life essence energy. The life essence energy gathered into a tornado-like airflow, going against the sky and rushing towards the heavenly palace. When Gu Fei and the others saw Old Tortoise running his mystic art to heal his injured body, they stopped talking. Endless spiritual energy gathered, especially the pure life essence, which was continuously devoured by the old tortoise's wounded body. The old tortoise's body began to emit waves of purple demonic light. The flesh around the bloody hole in his abdomen began to move. The flesh began to reform, the wound began to heal, and the blood that had flowed out also began to flow backwards. Endless spirit energy and life essence energy poured into the old turtle's wounded body. The old turtle's wounded body was healing quickly. That was the terror of mighty figures. As long as their souls were not destroyed, even if their bodies were pierced through or even blown up, they could still reform their bodies and regenerate their flesh and blood. In the main hall, the demonic power and spiritual energy surged. In less than 2 hours, the bloody hole between the old turtle's chest and abdomen disappeared. The old turtle's injured body was healed, and there was no longer a trace of injury. Old Tortoise let out a long breath and opened his eyes. 2 sharp divine lights flashed from his eyes. It was as if 2 bolts of lightning flashed across the main hall. He stopped and no longer gathered spiritual energy. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth gradually calmed down. It's done? Gu Fei sensed the exuberant vitality of the old turtle and could not help but be a little surprised. He thought to himself, is this the power of a mighty figure? Regenerating flesh and blood was not a difficult task for Gu Fei. When his martial body was cultivated to this level, Even if Gu Fei suffered such a serious injury, he could still survive and repair his injured body. However, it would never be as fast as the old turtle. Such a serious injury was healed in an hour, which was something that Gu Fei could not do for the time being. It was not easy to kill a mighty figure. It could only be done by special means. "Master, your body," Xiaoqing asked with concern. The old turtle was his master. If it were not for the old turtle, Xiaoqing would still be a green snake. The fire Qilan Balon also looked at the old turtle nervously. It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal. I want to see how the Buddhist land is doing now. If we join forces with the demons, I'm afraid that little Guy Fanxio will also be in trouble." The old turtle sneered. He stretched out his hand and 9 crystal-clear divine crystals appeared in his palm. Each of the divine crystals was surrounded by divine light. Mystic light divine stones. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw the 9 divine crystals. He immediately knew what kind of magical power the old turtle was going to use. Gu Fei had merged with Li Xuandao's soul memory, so his knowledge was different. As expected, the old turtle shook his palm and the 9 divine crystals shot up into the sky. They broke through the void and were hit by the old turtle into the void. At the same time, 9 black holes suddenly appeared in the sky above the Western Buddhist land. The 9 divine crystals broke through the void and entered the Western Buddhist land. Then, they scattered in all directions. In the void in the center of the hall, 9 pictures appeared. The 9 divine crystals transmitted the scenes of the Western Buddhist land into the old turtle's inner world. Soon, the old turtle and Gu Fei noticed the strange movements in the Western Buddhist land. The area close to the desolate battlefield was filled with demonic aura. Countless powerful and ferocious demonic beasts were wreaking havoc. The Buddhist soldiers of the Western Buddhist land were fighting with countless demonic beasts. It was extremely intense. Occasionally, there would be dark green saber lights that broke through the layers of demonic aura. Terrifying energy fluctuations shook the heaven and earth. A demonic diagram was faintly discernible in the depths of the demonic aura. The terrifying pressure caused the heaven and earth to change color. Rumble. The entire Western Buddhist land was trembling. 2 extremely powerful forces shook the world, piercing through the heaven and earth. Mountains crumbled, the earth cracked, and all living beings were reduced to ashes. What was originally a pure land had turned into a battlefield of slaughter and blood. Corpses of demonic beasts and Buddhist soldiers could be seen everywhere. The earth was dyed red with blood. Good. Very good. Just as I expected, that Tian has been suppressed by the Buddhist sovereign for countless years. His soul nearly dissipated. How could he let these baldies go? The old turtle was overjoyed when he saw the scene transmitted by the divine crystals. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was slightly surprised. Tian was truly ruthless. He actually wanted to make the entire Western Buddhist land his enemy. Did he really think that he could annihilate the little monk Fanxio and the entire Western Buddhist land by himself? The fact that the Western Buddhist land was able to exist for so many years without being buried in the river of time showed how deep their foundation was. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, ah. The old turtle's face darkened as a sharp light flickered in his eyes. What are you planning to? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He could vaguely guess what the old turtle was planning. This old turtle must be thinking of a way to deal with the little monk Fanxio and Tian. As expected, the old turtle's face darkened. He turned to Gu Fei and Xiaoqing. We can't let this chance slip by. We'll split up. Smelly brat, you bring Xiaoqing's group to the little monk Fanxio's lair, the spiritual mountain. I'll hide in the vicinity of the battlefield. The spiritual mountain? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat hearing this. The lair of the Buddhist land wasn't a friendly place. Who knew what kind of Buddhist almighty figures were guarding the spiritual mountain? With the strength of these people, any one of them would be able to kill them all. Don't worry, there's only one almighty figure in the Buddhist land, and that's Fanxio. I haven't sensed the existence of a second almighty figure in the Buddhist land. The old turtle seemed to know what Gu Fei was worried about and said, That better be the case. Gu Fei said, When you get to the spiritual mountain, find a way to destroy the spiritual veins under the spiritual mountain. The old turtle said in a deep voice, What? Gu Fei was shocked. Destroy the spiritual veins under the spiritual mountain? That was too ruthless. One should know that under the spiritual mountain was the origin of the spiritual veins that suppressed the entire Western territory. All the spiritual veins in the Western Buddhist land converged under the spiritual mountain. That was the origin of the 100 veins. If the origin of the 100 veins was destroyed, half of the Western Buddhist land would be destroyed. Without a doubt, if the 100 spiritual veins under the spiritual mountain were destroyed, the spiritual chi would be in chaos and leak everywhere, leading to a series of terrible events. The auspicious aura of this pure land of bliss might be completely destroyed in a single night. This pure land might become a place of unruly mountains and unruly rivers. Destroying the earth's spiritual veins under the spiritual mountain could not be considered pure destruction, but at least it would destroy the unique advantage of the Western Buddhist land. If the spiritual veins were destroyed, the other remote mountains might be shrouded in dense spiritual chi overnight. After thinking about it carefully, cold sweat appeared on Gu Fei's forehead. If he did that, he would become the mortal enemy of the entire Buddhist land. He might not have a place to stay in the entire Tunglong continent. With the 100 spiritual veins, the disciples of the Buddhist land could achieve twice the results with half the effort. If it was destroyed, it was equivalent to destroying half of the foundation of the Buddhist land. Gu Fei said, "If I do that, the experts of the Buddhist land will chase me to the ends of the earth to kill me. No one can resolve this." "Are you afraid?" The old turtle glanced at Gu Fei and said indifferently, "Me? Afraid? Fine. I'll throw caution to the wind. Let's do it." Gu Fei gritted his teeth. Since there was already a great enmity, he might as well make it more intense. Good. Haha. The old turtle was very happy. He immediately opened his inner world and sent Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and the others out. The old turtle was still a little worried, so he sent out the corpse general doppelganger as well. The corpse general doppelganger was the indestructible martial body left behind by the indestructible martial artist. Its combat strength was comparable to that of a mighty expert. With the corpse general doppelganger around, Gu Fei and the others felt a lot more at ease. Gu Fei and the old turtle went their separate ways. Soon, Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and the others sneaked near the spiritual mountain. They stopped in a dense forest at the foot of the spiritual mountain. Chapter 682. With the Western Buddhist lands on the brink of life and death, almost all of the Buddhist sect's experts had left for the desolate battlefield to defend against the invading Earth Archdevil Lord Tian and his army of demonic creatures. However, Gu Fei still sensed several powerful presences above the spiritual mountain. There were Buddhist sect's experts guarding this sacred ground. The spiritual mountain was the heart of the Western Buddhist lands. Even if all the Buddhist sect's experts were deployed, they wouldn't leave this sacred ground completely empty, allowing others to take advantage of it. One had to know that beneath the spiritual mountain was the origin of the Western Buddhist land's 100 veins, the ancestral root of the surrounding 10,000 li. Any mishap would bring great changes to the Western Buddhist lands. There are powerful experts on the mountain. Shaoqing also sensed the powerful presences. If they acted rashly, they would surely alert the experts on the mountain. "What should we do?" Shaoqing asked. He wasn't too surprised because he had been cultivating in the old tortoise's inner world until he became an immortal god. Only then did the old tortoise let him and the fire Qilin Balan out to temper themselves. Gu Fei pondered for a moment and said, "Those two baldies are following Buddhist Lord Green Lotus. They definitely know a lot of Buddhist sect secrets. Let's go interrogate them first." "Correct." Shaoqing nodded. At this time, He Tian raised his head to look at the sky above the spiritual mountain. The soul fire in his skull flickered as two yin and yang divine lights shot out from his eye sockets. "This sky is a little strange," He Tian suddenly said. He seemed to have noticed something, but he wasn't too sure. Gu Fei and the others were startled. What was so strange about the sky above the spiritual mountain? They looked up to the sky, but they didn't see anything strange. "It would be great if I could use the immortal Tao Divine Eye," Gu Fei said. The immortal Tao Divine Eye was a technique cultivated by Li Xuandao. Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique had been destroyed in the great battle at the path of hell. After Gu Fei's divine soul returned to his body, it was difficult for him to use this divine ability again. He had fused with Li Xuandao's soul memories and grasped countless immortal Dao techniques, but it was a little difficult to use them. Other than the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, the other divine arts of the immortal Dao were difficult to use. Just like the immortal Dao Divine Eye, it was difficult for Gu Fei to truly grasp it. Although they couldn't tell what was strange about the sky above Mount Numinous, everyone took note of it. At that moment, the corpse general's avatar that stood behind everyone like an invincible god of war made a pulling motion in the air with both hands, and a void that was around 300 meters wide appeared before everyone's eyes. This was a space created by the old turtle's avatar using the power of the corpse general. This indestructible martial body did not have an inner world. Perhaps the inner world of this indestructible martial body had been shattered by someone when it died and no longer existed. It could only rely on its supreme power to open up a small space. In this space, the edge of the space was chaotic. There was nothing in the space except for 2 big bald heads. They were the 2 Buddhas that were casually taken into the inner world by the old turtle. After Gu Fei entered the small space, the void closed and everyone waited outside. The dense forest at the foot of Mount Numinous was very quiet. From time to time, Buddhist experts would fly out of Mount Numinous using the golden light escape technique. For the time being, no one could sense the presence of Shaoqing and the others. Since they were at the immortal realm, no one would be able to detect them once they retracted their auras. Could it be that there were no mighty beings on Mount Numinous, as the old turtle had said? Not long after, the corpse general's avatar opened up the small space again, and Gu Fei walked out with a solemn expression. He could vaguely see the 2 bald heads suppressed in the small space. They were covered with blood and seemed to be on the verge of death. How is it? Shaoqing came up to him and asked. The world has changed, Gu Fei said in a low voice. He used the soul-searching technique to read the memories of the 2 Buddhas who followed Buddha Lord Green Lotus. He knew what had happened in Tunglong continent in the past 300 years. Ever since the demons appeared in the north, the Tunglong continent could no longer be at peace. In the northernmost demonic region, the land of the ancestral demons appeared. 7 huge cities that suppressed the northernmost demonic region like the Big Dipper rose from the ground. They drew upon the power of the stars and fixed themselves in the sky. Where the giant cities used to be, there were 7 huge black holes. Devil chi surged in the black holes, and demonic roars were endless. It was as if a group of demons were dancing inside. A world of demons wanted to break through the seal of the 7 divine cities and appear in the far north devil region. Some people said that the real extreme path demon ancestor was about to be resurrected. All the Almighties went into the demon realm. Ghost Emperor Fengdu even led countless ghost soldiers into the demon realm under the extreme north demon realm. He slaughtered his way in and out, shocking the world. Then, some mighty beings opened the bridge of heaven and earth and returned from the heaven realm. The ancient sects that had disappeared for countless years also began to return. Yaodai Ancient Holy Land, Yuanshi Celestial Sect, Archaic Dao Sect, Primitive Families. The ancient sects appeared one after another, shocking the world. With the return of the ancient sects, the figures of immortals and gods began to appear in Tunglong continent. A flourishing age suddenly appeared. In the world of cultivation, immortals and gods were no longer legends. The world had changed greatly. There was a rumor that the world had changed millions of years ago. From then on, no one on Tunglong continent could break the void and enter the heaven realm to become an immortal. Gu Fei learned from the soul memories of the 2 Buddhas who followed Lord Green Lotus that Fanxiu actually had a great background. He opened the heavenly Buddha path, allowing the ancient Buddhist sect to reappear. The ancient Buddhist Lord refined the 6 paths of reincarnation. The heavenly Buddha path was one of the 6 paths. Compared to the hell path, the heavenly Buddha path was the legendary heavenly kingdom, the true pure land of ultimate bliss. That pure land of ultimate bliss was right above the spiritual mountain. Hei Tian could already see that something was wrong. Ing Tian had attacked, but the Western Buddhist lands still did not use their greatest trump card. The ancient Buddhist experts of the heavenly Buddha path did not appear. The heavenly Buddha path was hidden in the void. If Gu Fei could still use the immortal Tao divine eyes to see through all illusions, he would be able to see the existence of the heavenly Buddha path. The world had changed. It was difficult for immortals and gods to ascend. However, the archaic Tao sect used their supreme treasure, the sky connecting platform, to open the passage between the heaven realm and the human realm. It could send people to the legendary heaven realm. Every returning ancient desolate power had a supreme expert guarding it. It was because of the return of the ancient desolate powers that the human realm did not fall into the hands of the devils. The true experts had entered the ancestral devil land to fight against the great devils of the devil world. In the past 300 years, both the ancient desolate powers and the devil world suffered losses. There were also changes in the cultivation world. There were no longer awakened self, transcending mortality, void controlling, demigod, and supreme saint. These were the 5 great realms. Above the supreme saint, there were still the immortal god, profound transformation, celestial being, supreme being, and extreme Tao. Gu Fei noticed that if the cultivation realms were divided according to these cultivation realms, he would at most be in the 4th or 5th heavenly immortal god realm. As for the Green Lotus Buddhist Lord, his cultivation had probably broken through the immortal god realm and reached the profound transformation realm. Gu Fei explained the current situation to Shaoqing and the rest. Shaoqing, the Fire Qilin, and He Tian were both shocked and excited. This was definitely the arrival of a new era. Chapter 683. After learning about the situation on Spirited Mountain, Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and the others discussed for a while, then prepared to take action. What they were doing now was truly incredible. Once the big baldies from the Buddhist sects found out that they were the ones who did it, there would probably be no place for them in this world. They had to be careful. Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and jumped into it. In the hell path, he had once suppressed a powerful blood fiend Azura with the strength of an emperor in the mountain and river cauldron. This was the perfect time to use it. Within the mountain and river cauldron was an endless void. Primordial chaotic chi was vast and mighty. It was like the chaotic void before the world was created. In a certain corner of this chaotic void, a ferocious blood fiend Azura Emperor was being suppressed by a huge mountain formed by the primordial chaotic chi. It was a terrifying demon born from the blood hell sea. Its body was covered in crimson scales, and its body was surging with blood chi. It had a demon horn on its head. The demon's body was surging with killing intent. Although it was being suppressed by the huge mountain formed by the primordial chaotic chi, it was still extremely ferocious and continued to struggle. With a thought from Gu Fei, the huge mountain that was suppressing the blood fiend Azura Emperor immediately turned into primordial chaotic chi and dissipated in the void. Roar! The ferocious blood fiend Azura Emperor immediately roared and turned into a bloody shadow. It was extremely fast and ferociously pounced towards Gu Fei. An elongated bloody shadow appeared in the void. Oomph! Gu Fei sneered and pressed his palm forward. Bang! The bloody shadow immediately suffered a huge impact and was sent flying. Very good. It still has the strength of an immortal. Gu Fei nodded. Although this blood fiend Azura Emperor had been suppressed for so long, it still had terrifying strength comparable to an immortal. Swoosh! Gu Fei walked in the air. He used the desolate steps and instantly appeared in front of the blood fiend Azura Emperor as if he was teleporting. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the Azura Emperor. Boom! The air shook. Gu Fei's hand covered the entire area. His 5 fingers were like 5 pillars that supported the sky. They sealed the area and surrounded the blood fiend Shura. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's large hand broke through the layers of bloody mist and directly pressed down on the blood fiend Azura King. That palm was like an ancient sacred mountain, suppressing the blood fiend Azura to the point where it couldn't move at all. Swoosh! A dazzling divine light shot out from the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. It directly entered the blood fiend Azura Sovereign's knowledge sea and shattered the blood fiend Azura Sovereign's soul. Godly snatch! After shattering the blood fiend Azura Sovereign's spiritual soul, Gu Fei shouted and used the godly snatch, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. A shadow rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and entered the blood fiend Azura Sovereign's mind. Gu Fei separated a part of his consciousness and entered the blood fiend Azura's body. He took control of the blood fiend Azura's body and inherited his power. At that moment, the mountain and river cauldron was shaking. Shaoqing, Heitian, and the fire Qilin Balan all looked at the mountain and river cauldron nervously. They were waiting for Gu Fei to appear. Swoosh! A beam of bloody light suddenly rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. A cold and terrifying aura with a faint smell of blood immediately spread. This is... Shaoqing and the others saw a blood-colored demonic shadow rush out of the mountain and river cauldron. Although they were already mentally prepared, they were still shocked. There was a figure wrapped in this bloody shadow. It made a turn in the air and flew towards Spirited Mountain. At that moment, Gu Fei walked out of the world in the mountain and river cauldron. He did not put away the mountain and river cauldron. Instead, he shrunk it to the size of a fist and held it in his right hand. The blood fiend Azura Sovereign, who was controlled by Gu Fei's consciousness, was stopped by a monk who suddenly appeared before it could reach the waist of the mountain. Boom! The bloody light rushed into the sky. The power of the blood fiend Azura Sovereign exploded instantly. The glaring bloody light dyed the entire heaven and earth red. A vast power surged. In the endless bloody light, a blood-colored hand grabbed at the monk who had appeared in front of it. Gu Fei did not say a word and attacked immediately. The monk was shocked, but he did not panic in the face of danger. He also pushed his palm forward. A vast Buddhist power condensed into a golden Buddha's hand and blocked it. Bam! The two hands collided instantly and the entire void shook. Then, the golden Buddha's hand collapsed and the blood fiend demonic hand slapped forward. The monk was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. The monk was smashed into a bloody mist by the blood fiend Azura Sovereign's blood fiend demonic hand. A rain of blood fell from the sky. The monk was not a match for the blood fiend Azura Sovereign at all. He did not even have the chance to scream before his soul was destroyed. Hence, the massacre began. The blood fiend Azura Sovereign's sudden attack on Spirit Mountain immediately alerted the Buddhist disciples who were guarding the mountain. Spirit Mountain was instantly thrown into chaos. The Buddhist experts who were guarding the mountain could not help but be shocked that there was a demon attacking Spirit Mountain so quickly. They hurriedly charged towards the blood fiend Azura Sovereign from all directions. The blood fiend Azura Sovereign had the strength of an immortal realm. Under Gu Fei's control, his blood-red body emitted a terrifying energy wave. He was unstoppable. He used the mystique of the Blood Fiend clan and killed 9 bald demigods. He gradually killed his way from the mountainside to the peak of Spirit Mountain. Under the control of a strand of Gu Fei's primordial spirit, the blood fiend Azura Sovereign went on a killing spree on Spirit Mountain. On Spirit Mountain, blood-red light shot into the sky and a murderous aura filled the air. Buddhist experts kept falling. All the Buddhist experts who were guarding the mountain were attracted by the blood fiend Azura Sovereign. The demon has cultivated to a savage level. A loud shout came from the peak of Spirit Mountain. Then, a powerful aura erupted from the peak of Spirit Mountain. An immortal realm Buddhist expert had made his move. Boom! A wooden fish the size of a hill fell from the sky and smashed towards the blood fiend Azura Sovereign. The void shook and the Buddhist power was vast. Roar! The blood fiend Azura Sovereign roared and punched upwards. Bam! With a bang, the wooden fish that had fallen from the sky was immediately smashed into the sky. Swoosh! A tall figure appeared at the peak of Spirit Mountain. He extended his hand and retrieved the wooden fish that had been smashed away by the blood fiend Azura Sovereign. Then, he pressed towards the blood fiend Azura Sovereign. Chapter 684. Thousands of feet below Spirited Mountain, a layer of light with a peaceful aura blocked Gu Fei and the others. It was a layer of dazzling Buddha light. Above the Buddha light, there were faint swastikas and mysterious Buddha patterns. These Buddha patterns were created by the ancient Buddhist Lord and were the embodiment of the great path of Buddhism. There really is a seal. When Erebus saw this, the soul flame in his skull flickered a few times, and a dazzling divine light shone from his eye sockets. The weakness of Spirited Mountain is the 100 meridians spiritual roots underground. If we can think of this, so can those Baldies from the Buddhist sect. Shaoqing said with a solemn expression. Spirited Mountain was the holy land of the Buddhist sect. Below the ground was the source of the spiritual veins of the entire Western Buddhist land. It was the land of the 100 meridians ancestral roots. It was because the 100 meridians gathered under Spirited Mountain that the entire Western Buddhist land was able to become a land of bliss. Cultivating on Spirited Mountain would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. However, if anything were to happen to the 100 meridian spiritual roots, the Western Buddhist land's unique advantage would be destroyed. The spiritual land would then become a barren land of barren hills and unruly rivers. It was impossible for the Buddhist sect to not set up layers of seals for such an important place. Needless to say, the seals that were set up with Buddhist Tao patterns were definitely the work of a peerless figure. Furthermore, that person was most likely the legendary ancient Buddhist lord. What should we do? Even the quiet fire Qilan Balan frowned. Even if the old tortoise personally came, it would be difficult for him to break the seal with his dermic powers. Don't worry. Gu Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. He then extended his right hand, and a small cauldron appeared in his palm. It floated above his palm and rotated continuously. The mountain and river cauldron. When Shaoqing and the others saw the small cauldron, their eyes lit up. They already knew that the mountain and river cauldron contained primordial chaos qi. It was the heaven and earth ancestral qi and seemed to be able to break all seals. Even the seal laid down by the legendary Buddhist lord throughout the ages is unable to withstand the smelting of primordial chaos energy, Gu Fei said coldly. As he spoke, Gu Fei walked forward and activated the mountain and river cauldron. A misty, colorless gas rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron, an immeasurably ancient aura that seemed to originate from the primal chaos of heaven and earth immediately spread out. The quaint little cauldron vibrated, and the primordial chaos qi directly pounced on the layer of sealing Buddhist light. The Buddhist light that was covered by the primordial chaos qi immediately dimmed. The primordial chaos qi began to melt away the sealing power bit by bit. This was definitely an extremely arduous process. Gu Fei constantly urged the Zhen Yuan in his body and poured it into the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron shook again and again. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. He felt as if all the bones in his body were going to fall apart. It was not until 6 hours later that the primordial chaos qi finally assimilated the Buddhist power on the layer of sealing Buddhist light and smelted a hole that was less than the size of a fist. It had to be said that the sealing power here was too strong. The Buddhist light seal was unusually strong. It was like a piece of peerless divine iron. If it were not for the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei and the others would definitely not be able to shake this seal at all. Even if Old Tortoise came, he would not be able to do anything to this seal. At this time, the battle on Spirited Mountain was still ongoing. There was no movement in the void above Spirited Mountain. Everywhere on Spirited Mountain was stained with blood. The blood fiend Azura Sovereign, who was controlled by Gu Fei's avatar, went on a killing spree on Spirited Mountain. Countless Buddhist masters were killed until an immortal Buddha took action and intercepted the blood fiend Azura Sovereign. The battle on Spirited Mountain did not seem to alarm the people from the heavenly Buddha path. There was nothing strange in the sky above Spirited Mountain. The people from the heavenly Buddha path did not appear. Swoosh! The blood-red demonic claw tore through the void and directly tore a flying half-Buddha shrouded in Buddhist light into pieces. Blood rained down from the sky. It was bright red blood, not golden Buddhist blood. Only those who had cultivated the immortal Buddha path fruit would have their physical body become flawless, and their blood and qi would turn into golden immortal Buddha blood. All the Buddhist disciples were shocked, and all of them scrambled to retreat to the distance. Die, demon! An old monk with a white beard and white eyebrows rushed out. The kasaya on his body suddenly flew up and expanded rapidly, covering the sky and earth as it shrouded the blood fiend Azura Sovereign. On the kasaya, a vast wave of Buddhist power rippled. The Buddhist light was dazzling, and countless swastikas appeared on the kasaya. The power of the Tao circulated. This was the attack of a peerless figure in the immortal Buddha realm. Roar! The blood fiend Asura sovereign roared angrily. His hands turned into blood-red demonic claws that tore the sky and earth apart. He tore at the Kasaya that shrouded the sky, tearing spatial cracks in the void. However, the Kasaya was extremely soft and difficult to tear. The Kasaya wrapped around the blood fiend Asura sovereign. Oomph! The white-bearded old monk produced Buddhist seals, activating the power of the Kasaya. He wanted to refine the blood fiend Asura sovereign who was wrapped in the Kasaya. Roar! The blood fiend Asura sovereign roared again and again. Blood fiend demonic power surged, and the Kasaya that enveloped him gradually expanded as though it was filled with air. The old monk's Buddhist power surged as Buddhist light circled around him like lightning. His expression was extremely solemn as beads of sweat the size of soybeans seeped out of his forehead. It was extremely strenuous. The old monk was using all his strength. His hands were trembling as he produced the seals. The Kasaya that enveloped the blood fiend Asura sovereign was still expanding. The Kasaya shimmered with Buddhist light as the swastikas emanated endless Buddhist power, drawing upon the powers of the world. However, it was still difficult to completely suppress the blood fiend Asura sovereign. The old monk could no longer maintain his composure as he exhaled and said, "Fellow Buddhists, lend me a hand." His voice reverberated throughout the peak of Spirit Mountain. Boom! The old monk's voice was still echoing in the world when a figure shrouded in Buddhist light broke through the void and walked out. Bam! That Buddha figure directly flipped his palm and pressed it down. The golden palm shook the void and attracted the endless power of heaven and earth. It was like an ancient divine mountain pressing down on the ground. Swoosh! At that moment, there was another sound of something tearing through the air. A figure appeared in the distant sky with fluttering sleeves. Then, he strode through the void, traversing thousands of feet with each step as he charged over. "Ha ha, long-browed old monk, I thought you alone would be enough to destroy this fiendish demon." The newcomer laughed loudly. It was a fat monk with a big belly. "Laughing monk, cut the crap and come help," the white-bearded old monk said gravely. His snow-white eyebrows twitched continuously. The Buddhist expert who attacked first pressed down with his golden palm, pressing the blood fiend Asura sovereign who was wrapped in the Kasaya to the ground. Rumble! Spirit Mountain shook. The terrifying power of the immortals and Buddhas shook Spirit Mountain. If not for the protection of the Buddhist array, Spirit Mountain would have collapsed long ago. Roar! The golden Buddha's hand pressed down like a divine mountain. The blood fiend Asura sovereign roared repeatedly. Endless blood chi surged, and the demonic power of the blood fiend surged. Under the violent struggle, the golden Buddha's hand also trembled. The laughing monk came to the sky above Spirit Mountain. He could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. It was truly shocking that two immortals and Buddhas could not completely suppress this fiendish demon. At this moment, the owner of the golden Buddha's hand revealed her true body and slowly descended. She stepped on the golden Buddha's hand like a bodhisattva descending to the mortal world. It was a bhikkhu nun in white monk robes. She had the peerless cultivation of an immortal and Buddha, but her face did not age. She was like a young virgin, a peerless beauty. "Thank you, householder Thousand Leaves, for helping." The pressure on the long-browed old monk was greatly reduced after the nun helped him, so he thanked the nun. Eliminating demons and protecting the Tao is the duty of us Buddhist disciples. "Brother Buddha, there's no need to be so polite," the nun said softly. Her voice was like supreme wisdom, relaxing and relaxing. "Laughing monk, why aren't you helping? With the three of us working together, we can definitely refine this fiendish demon." Householder Thousand Leaves suddenly said to the fat monk. "Roar! You want to eliminate demons and protect the Tao? You don't have the right." Suddenly, a furious roar came from the golden Buddha's hand that was the size of a small mountain. The blood fiend Asura sovereign wasn't completely suppressed. Rumble! The Buddha's hand inside the Kasaya emitted strange sounds like thunder from the ninth heaven. The entire mountain peak was shaking, countless temples were shaking, and all the monks' expressions changed. With the three immortals and Buddhas taking action, the other monks had already retreated far away. This fiendish demon that suddenly attacked the spirit mountain was terrifying to the extreme. It killed the Buddhas like they were ants. Only Buddhist Vedanta in the immortal and Buddha realm could contend against it. Vast demonic power surged. The blood fiend Azura Sovereign's body, controlled by a wisp of Gu Fei's consciousness, displayed terrifying combat strength. Gu Fei was using the Ascension mystic art. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were mysterious and unfathomable, possessing unbelievable power. Gu Fei thought that it would be difficult to use the Ascension mystic art with this body, but after trying it out, the Ascension mystic art actually worked. Dye the sky with my demonic blood. Break. The blood fiend Azura Sovereign, controlled by Gu Fei's consciousness, roared. Boom. Boundless crimson light suddenly erupted from the Kasaya. The crimson demonic light penetrated the Kasaya's barrier and surged out, sending the golden Buddha's hand flying. Rip. A pair of crimson hands tore the Kasaya apart. A blood fiend demon walked out of the torn Kasaya with unparalleled might. You can all die now. The blood fiend Azura Sovereign said coldly. Its crimson eyes emitted 2 demonic beams of crimson light that swept across the 3 immortals and Buddhas. Its chilling killing intent caused the world to chill. At the peak of the spirit mountain, blood chi surged into the sky. Demonic light dyed the entire world red. At this moment, the blood fiend Azura Sovereign was extremely powerful. It was like a peerless demon had descended, looking down on the world. The old monk, the laughing monk, and layman Thousand Leaves turned pale with fright. This demon, how did he become so powerful? Chapter 685. Boom. At the peak of the spirit mountain, crimson light shot into the sky. Terrifying demonic energy surged, shaking the entire world. The blood fiend Azura Emperor pressed forward like a peerless demon. With every step he took, the peak of the mountain trembled. The little monk, the long-browed monk, and Thousand Leaves were all pale with fright. The demon before them was extremely powerful. Its strength seemed to have risen to the mysterious transformation realm. Gu Fei's soul split had successfully allowed the demon body to use the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Ascension secret art. The demon body's combat strength instantly increased tenfold. Rumble. The void trembled. That terrifying demonic body was like a gigantic mountain moving, exuding boundless ferocious might. Buddhist experts who were flying in the air continuously fell from the sky. The demonic power disturbed the world. Bang! Before the blood fiend Azura Emperor could make a move, Thousand Leaves had already made his move. A golden Buddhist hand descended from the sky, crushing down on the terrifying figure below. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He controlled the blood fiend Azura Emperor and punched upwards. His blood-colored fist turned into a blinding light that resembled a blood-colored sun as it met the golden Buddha's hand that was pressing down on him. Boom! The golden hand, shrouded in Buddhist light, collided with the demonic fist that resembled a bloody sun. A circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. Then, the void began to shatter. The void within a radius of several hundred meters turned into a pitch-black, chaotic black hole of nothingness. The ferocious power pierced through the barrier of heaven and earth. The golden Buddhist hand was sent flying into the sky and rapidly shrank. It was actually a dazzling golden skeletal hand, sparkling as if it had been cast from gold. Boundless Buddhist power surged within it. Bang! The earth shook. The ground within a radius of several hundred meters exploded from the blood fiend Azura Emperor's stomp, forming a huge crater. Dust and boulders flew everywhere. Crimson demonic blood seeped out of the hand and dripped onto the ground. The demonic blood possessed a powerful demonic energy, corroding holes in the soil. Gu Fei noticed that the demon body's right arm was starting to crack. Demonic blood seeped out of the cracks, and a foul stench of blood permeated the air. The powerful demon body had been injured. When Gu Fei's avatar saw the golden hand, it was startled. It was a palm bone, and it was a right palm bone. A peerless character that could cultivate to become an almighty being would have treasures all over their body, and they could be refined into great treasures. This palm bone contained boundless Buddhist energy, and it was definitely formed from a right palm left behind by an almighty Buddhist. Swoosh! The golden palm bone flew back to Householder Thousand Leaves and entered her right palm, fusing with her right palm. Fellow Buddhists, what are you waiting for? Householder Thousand Leaves shouted. The long-browed monk and the laughing monk immediately came to their senses. They immediately made their moves and unleashed their immortal force. The long-browed monk's snow-white eyebrows turned into two rays of godly light that pierced toward the blood-fiend Azura sovereign like peerless weapons. Chi! Chi! The two long eyebrows turned into dazzling divine light that pierced through space and tore through the world. In an instant, they had already pierced through the blood-fiend Azura Emperor's chest. Swoosh! Two rays of bloody light shot out of the blood-fiend Azura Emperor's blood-red eyes. They were like two demonic swords that slashed forward and destroyed the two rays of divine light. Wherever the bloody light passed, two cracks appeared in the air. Chaotic aura seeped out, and the divine light formed by the two eyebrows was immediately severed by the bloody light. The two white eyebrows floated down from the sky. Roar! The fat, bare-chested laughing monk was no longer laughing. He roared angrily, and the entire space trembled. Then, a Buddhist pagoda rushed out of his mouth. The pagoda had 9 floors, and each floor seemed to contain a small world. Buddha statues could be faintly seen in the small world, and vast waves of Buddhist energy flowed through them. Rumble! The bronze pagoda soared into the sky and grew to the size of a small mountain. Then, it descended from the sky and enveloped the blood-fiend Azura Emperor. At the same time, a heaven-devouring force appeared at the bottom of the pagoda, wanting to swallow the blood-fiend Azura Emperor into the pagoda. Boom! The pagoda landed heavily on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Unexpectedly, the blood-fiend Azura Emperor did not resist and allowed the pagoda to suck him in. The pagoda shook violently and gradually shrank. Within the hazy space within the 9-story pagoda, boundless Buddhist energy surged out. The entire pagoda seemed to be burning, and vast Buddhist energy surged, wanting to destroy the blood-fiend Azura Emperor. What's going on? Thousand Leaves and the long-browed monk could not help but be stunned when they saw this. They never expected that the laughing monk would use the pagoda to suppress the fiendish demon as soon as he made his move. However, they were only happy for a moment. After the bronze pagoda shrunk to the height of a person, it couldn't shrink anymore. No matter how much the laughing monk channeled his Buddhist energy, he couldn't shrink it any further. Rumble! As if a huge mountain was shaking, the countless Buddha statues on the bronze pagoda released dazzling Buddhist light. It was as if countless Buddhas had come to life. This pagoda was definitely an important treasure. Its Buddhist energy was boundless, but it could not truly suppress the demonic body of the blood-fiend Azura Emperor that was being controlled by Gu Fei's avatar. Bang! 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 Within the bronze pagoda that was taller than a person, there was a series of violent collisions. The entire pagoda flickered with Buddhist light, and the void within the 9-story pagoda kept flickering. We'll help you. Thousand Leaves and the long-browed monk hurriedly flew behind the laughing monk when they saw this scene. They each stretched out a hand and pressed it on the laughing monk's back, continuously channeling their dharmic power into the laughing monk's body. Rumble! The entire bronze pagoda immediately emitted a boundless Buddhist light. Every level of the 9-story pagoda released endless Buddhist light, and a Buddha vaguely appeared in the void of each level. The 3 immortals and Buddhas were all experts of the Buddhist sections. Their dharmic powers came from the same source, and when the 3 Buddhist energies fused together, their power immediately multiplied. With the 3 of them working together, the power of the bronze pagoda was fully unleashed, and a trace of the aura of the Great Path circulated. The peak of Spirited Mountain was shaking, and the heavens and earth were shaking. Temples kept collapsing, and the bronze pagoda revealed a power that surpassed the realm of immortals and Buddhas. This was already the terrifying power of the mysterious transformation realm. Some of the temples that were sealed in weaker areas began to collapse, and Buddhist runes appeared all over Spirited Mountain, drawing upon the power of the Great Path to dissolve the terrifying power that erupted from the peak of the mountain. Chapter 686. At the peak of Spirited Mountain, battles were raging. However, the spirit veins that were thousands of feet deep beneath Spirited Mountain remained calm. Someone had isolated the aura beneath the ground with their powers. Rumble. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated in Gu Fei's hand. The primordial chaos chi surged. After a few hours, he finally managed to break a hole in the Buddhist aura seal that was big enough for one person to pass through. Gu Fei was so tired that he was about to give up after spending so much effort to achieve such a small result. At the crucial moment, Little Blue and Fire Qilin Baron placed their hands on his back and transmitted their primal chi to him. After a hole was broken in the seal, the power of the seal finally decreased by a lot. After an hour, Gu Fei shook the mountain and river cauldron in his hand, and a large hole with a diameter of about 30 feet immediately appeared on the Buddhist light seal without a sound. Good. Haha, it's finally broken. Those baldies are in trouble. Cheers came from underground. Through the broken seal, Gu Fei and the rest looked down. They could see that there was an empty space underground. It was a cave that was covered by the Buddhist aura seal. In the cave, there was a roaring dragon bearing its fangs and claws. Spiritual chi was constantly emitted from its body and slowly seeped out through the barrier. Specks of splendor flowed with brilliant lights and vibrant colors. That was spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. F***CK. Haitian exclaimed, "This spiritual root is really rare. It has already taken the form of a dragon. It has a soul." Even Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and Balan were shocked by the scene before them. This was the 100 Meridian origin under Spirited Mountain. Only God knew how much spiritual chi there was underground. However, soon, everyone realized that there was something wrong with the spirit vein. On the body of the dragon, there were golden orbs of light shining. Those golden orbs were like golden stars, emitting a vast Buddhist power. It was obvious that the giant dragon was trapped. Haitian was more knowledgeable. He sighed and said, "The baldies of the Buddhist League are really vicious. They actually trapped the dragon souls of the spirit veins within 1,000,000 miles in this place. No wonder the spiritual energy in this Buddhist land is so abundant. These baldies are simply bandits. No, they are 10 times more despicable than bandits." At this time, Gu Fei also understood the purpose of the Buddhist sect. The spiritual chi within 1,000,000 miles was originally evenly distributed, but now it was trapped under the Spirited Mountain. In the extreme north, except for the western Buddhist land, the other regions must be barren and unruly. Let's be charitable for once. Haitian clasped his hands together and said solemnly, "Sk." Shaoqing gave Haitian the middle finger. "It's a pity to destroy this dragon vein." The Fire Qilin Balan said regretfully, "The transformation of the spirit vein into a dragon vein requires the baptism of countless years. The Western Buddhist land has existed for countless years. The place where the 100 veins under the ground converged had actually formed an earth dragon soul. It was really unexpected. What's there to feel pity about? We can't let those baldies take advantage of us." Haitian said, "This guy is black-hearted. Even if he can't get it, he won't let others have it. How do we destroy this dragon vein?" Gu Fei looked at the giant dragon calmly and murmured to himself, "Yeah, how do we destroy this dragon vein?" This dragon vein contained boundless spiritual energy. If it were to suddenly explode, the entire spiritual mountain would probably be blown away, and they would be in danger. Got it. Shaoqing suddenly had an idea. He then reached into his magical equipment pouch and took out a handful of purple beads. Each bead was surrounded by purple chi, and there seemed to be purple lightning flashing inside. Celestial purple thunder beads? Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw the purple beads in Shaoqing's hand. This is good stuff. In fact, these celestial purple thunder beads were given to the old tortoise by Gu Fei. It was obvious that the old tortoise had given these beads to Shaoqing. The celestial purple thunder beads were refined from the 9 heavens celestial yang purple thunder by a supreme immortal. They were extremely powerful. One bead was enough to turn a part of the void into a sea of thunder. The power of the thunder and lightning could tear the sky and the earth, shattering the void. Haitian, hurry up and carve the void traversing formation runes, Gu Fei said to Haitian. This guy had a deep understanding of formations. Everyone already knew what Gu Fei wanted to do. He Tian opened up a void and took out a white jade platform. He then carved formation runes on it. Soon, a mysterious formation diagram appeared on the white jade platform. Alright, this is a formation diagram that can traverse 10,000 miles. This is my limit. He Tian was a little tired after carving the formation diagram. 10,000 miles is far enough. Gu Fei nodded. After merging with Li Xuandao's memories, he had also mastered many void-traversing formations. However, he had yet to set up these formations. Let's do it, Gu Fei said solemnly. Shaoqing nodded and waved his hand. The celestial purple thunder beads in his hand turned into dozens of purple suns that smashed towards the giant dragon. At the same time, the white jade platform controlled by He Tian also emitted a bright divine light. Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and the others rushed onto the white jade platform. Whoosh! The white jade platform traversed the void. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded in the cave. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The entire spiritual mountain was shaking violently. All the monks were shocked. At this moment, the sky was shaking and the earth was moving. The entire Buddhist land was undulating like waves. Boom! Boundless spiritual qi exploded, and half of the majestic spirit mountain collapsed. Even with the Buddhist sect's formation, it was useless. The weather changed and the world lost its color. In the Western Buddhist land, the monks and Buddhas were all shocked. Many of them had understood what had happened. Their faces were ashen. Half of the spiritual mountain collapsed. Countless monks and Buddhas rushed to the sky. However, many of them were still swallowed by the monstrous spiritual energy that erupted. Bang! The void above the spiritual mountain suddenly shattered. A magnificent Buddhist temple descended from the sky. Under the lingering Buddhist light, the temple descended with endless Buddhist energy. The violently shaking heaven and earth was instantly frozen. How? Heavens! Someone destroyed the spiritual veins under the spiritual mountain. Outrageous. Even if this demon dies 1,000,000 times, it won't be a pity. Householder Thousand Leaves, the long-browed monk, the laughing monk, and the blood fiend Azura Sovereign's bronze pagoda were all sent flying by the terrifying power. When the three immortals and Buddhas stabilized themselves and saw the scene, they almost went crazy. The spiritual mountain, the holy land of Buddhism, had half of it collapsed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. The spiritual mountain had stood tall in the Western Buddhist land for countless years. It had never been damaged so severely. This was the first time. Roar! The blood fiend Azura Sovereign took the opportunity to rush out from under the bronze pagoda. He roared at the sky, then punched the bronze pagoda away and flew to the sky. What a great demon! A loud shout came from the Buddhist temple that was slowly descending. The voice wasn't loud, but it spread through the heavens and the earth. Oh no! A great expert is making a move. The voice spread throughout the Buddhist land and naturally reached the ears of the old tortoise. He was lying in ambush in the void, staring at the battle between the little monk Fan Xiao and the ferocious demon Ing Tian. The Buddhist power was vast and mighty, and demonic qi soared into the sky. A great expert of the Buddhist Tao and a great expert of the demon Tao were fighting fiercely, piercing through the heavens and the earth. The battle had reached a white-hot stage and was extremely intense. Gu Fei and the others. The old tortoise was a little worried. At this time, in the sky above the spiritual mountain, boom, a huge golden hand descended from the sky, slapping down at the blood fiend Azura Sovereign who was soaring into the sky. Endless power came down from the golden hand, directly causing the blood fiend Azura Sovereign's demonic body to crack, and his demonic body was covered with cracks. Bam! The huge hand slapped down, directly smashing the blood fiend Azura Sovereign into a cloud of blood mist. Endless Buddhist power sealed the void, and even the avatar of Gu Fei couldn't escape. It was destroyed by the huge hand. Roar! Thousands of miles away from the spiritual mountain, Gu Fei roared and almost fell from the white jade platform. He suddenly felt as if his soul was being torn apart. His vision went black, and he almost fainted. A drop of blood seeped out from between his eyebrows. The avatar was destroyed, and his body was also affected. At this moment, half of the spiritual mountain completely collapsed, and even the nearby peaks collapsed. Countless temples on the peak were destroyed, and a large number of monks and Buddhas chanted Buddhist names and flew into the sky. The majestic Buddhist temple floating on the spirit mountain emitted an immense wave of Buddhist power that froze a part of the void. The earth vein spiritual chi that had exploded was actually activated. The collapsed spiritual mountain was reforming, and the spiritual chi was vast. Because the spiritual root was destroyed, the spiritual chi that spread far away was also gathered back. A great expert was making a move, wanting to use the supreme Buddhist power to reform the spiritual mountain and gather the dragon soul of the earth. Such a heaven-defying move could only be done by a great expert. How dare they invade my Buddhist land and destroy my dragon vein? These people deserve to die. Go and kill them. A calm voice came from the Buddhist temple in the sky. Then, the void shattered, and a portal appeared in the void. Then, hundreds of Buddhist soldiers rushed out of the void above the spiritual mountain, and those Buddhist soldiers rushed into the portal. Those were Buddhist soldiers from the heavenly Buddha path, and they were extremely powerful. The destruction of the spiritual vein under the spiritual mountain had finally alarmed the great experts of the heavenly Buddha path. Thousands of miles away, Gu Fei and the others were about to cross the void again. But at this moment, a powerful wave suddenly came from the nearby void, and then a portal appeared high in the sky. Hundreds of Buddhist soldiers from the heavenly Buddha path, under the leadership of a Buddhist expert, rushed out from the void portal high in the sky. This Chapter 687. The Almighty has unfathomable means. He actually used power to teleport the hundreds of Buddhist soldiers from the heavenly Buddhist path 10,000 miles away. The Almighty has made a move. We have to run. Erebus almost jumped up in shock when he saw the spatial gate appear. He summoned his white jade platform and was about to cross the void when the white jade platform suddenly appeared in front of him. It's fine. If the Almighty had made a move, we would have long since been annihilated. Gu Fei was very calm. In an instant, he thought of many things. The Almighty was probably having a headache over the exploding dragon vein. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent only a few hundred Buddhist soldiers to chase after them. The Almighty's divine abilities were truly hard to fathom. Gu Fei had already reached a level where not even a drop of water could leak out, but he was still targeted by the Almighty from the heavenly Buddhist path. Could it be that the Almighty had divine abilities that could see through the past and the future? Destroying my Buddhist path's sacred land deserves death. Colluding with the devil deserves death. A resounding voice echoed through the world. The spatial gate disappeared, and the hundreds of Buddhist soldiers, led by a middle-aged monk, approached Gu Fei's group. Their powerful aura was frightening. The middle-aged monk's body emitted a towering murderous aura. It was the polar opposite of the Buddhist path's peaceful aura. It was hard to imagine that there was such a character among the Buddhist path's experts. The middle-aged monk was very powerful, so powerful that even Gu Fei could see through his strength. Gu Fei felt a sense of danger from the middle-aged monk, and he was secretly alarmed. Could it be that the other party was a celestial being that had surpassed the profound transformation realm? The middle-aged monk walked step by step in the void, but it was as if a part of the world was pressing down on Gu Fei and the others. The momentum of the void was enough to make Gu Fei and the others tremble in fear. It was as if they were looking up at a part of the world. Let's go. This person isn't someone we can handle. He Tian's expression changed as soon as he saw this person's momentum. He rushed to the white jade platform. Gu Fei and the others were also shocked. They hurriedly rushed onto the white jade platform. The white jade platform immediately emitted a burst of divine light, wanting to cross the void. However, they were shocked to find that the white jade platform did not succeed in crossing the void. Gu Fei and the rest were shocked. The space around them had been sealed. The monk's magic was so strong that the white jade platform had lost its effect. Humph! Trying to escape? Don't waste your time. That vast voice resounded once more, and it was like a resounding bell that resounded by everyone's ears, causing their souls to tremble. Damn it! That's a deva. His power is affecting heaven and earth. Gu Fei was shocked, but he was not afraid because Old Tortoise's corpse general clone was still standing quietly behind them. So what if he's a celestial? I'll still kill him. Gu Fei growled. Swoosh. The corpse general's lifeless eyes suddenly flashed with a divine light as sharp as a knife's edge. It swept its gaze over the hundreds of Buddhist soldiers that were flying in from the distance. The middle-aged monk seemed to feel threatened. He waved his hand, and the hundreds of Buddhist soldiers stopped in the sky, no longer pressing forward. An imperishable warrior? How can there be such a person in this world? The middle-aged monk's expression became serious. It was only now that he sensed the corpse general's existence. Swoosh. The corpse general's clone disappeared behind the crowd. Boom. In the next moment, the void in front of the middle-aged monk suddenly shattered. A tall figure exuding a domineering and terrifying aura rushed out from the shattered void. Bam! A punch was thrown. It was simple and direct, but the ferocious power shook heaven and earth, causing cracks to appear in the void. Those cracks were like spirit snakes that coiled around the middle-aged monk. The middle-aged monk didn't expect the corpse general's clone to suddenly attack. He was shocked. With a thought, a Buddha diagram rushed out from his body and blocked the attack. Within the Buddha diagram, there was a smiling Buddha statue. At this moment, the Buddha statue seemed to come to life. It emitted thousands of Buddhist lights, and a trace of Tao charm flowed around it. Pong! The corpse general's strength was unparalleled. It directly broke through the layers of Buddhist lights and punched the Buddha diagram. Boom! The Buddha diagram trembled. The Buddha statue seemed to come to life as a phantom rushed out from the Buddha diagram. A vast and boundless Buddhist power directly shook the corpse general's clone and sent it flying thousands of feet away. Between heaven and earth, Tao power surged. The Buddha diagram actually triggered the power of the Great Path. This Buddhist treasure was incredible. It was a Buddhist treasure that had condensed Buddhist Tao patterns. A Buddha figure appeared in the Buddha diagram with Buddhist patterns circling around it. Roar! The corpse general's clone roared angrily. The entire sky shook along with its roar. A roar that could shake mountains and rivers, shaking heaven and earth. The corpse general's clone was stimulated with endless battle intent. Although this clone had a trace of the old tortoise's avatar in its Niwen palace, at this moment, the indestructible martial body automatically stimulated a terrifying battle intent that soared to the sky. This was a kind of instinct, the instinct of battle. This indestructible martial body originally had the strongest battle strength in the world. Before it died, it was definitely a terrifying existence that could compete with the Buddhist Almighty. Streams of qi and blood rushed out of its body like dragons dancing and circling around it. A black stick appeared in the indestructible martial body's hand. It's getting serious now, Gu Fei murmured as he watched the battle from afar. If it wasn't for the old tortoise's indestructible martial body avatar, they would be in big trouble. Of course, even without the indestructible martial body avatar, Gu Fei was not necessarily afraid of the hundreds of Buddhist soldiers that came from the heavenly Buddha path. He had two powerful forces in his hands. Even in the current Tanglong continent, the forces of the ancient desolation had returned. If Gu Fei released the two forces in his hands, the entire Tanglong continent would be shaken, especially the Shun clan's patriarchly Jingxia and hierarchly Fan. Both of them were definitely powerful cultivators at the peak of the celestial being realm. As long as the Almighty did not appear, celestial beings could move unhindered between heaven and earth. Boom! At this time, the indestructible martial body had already swung the black stick in its hand. Its monstrous battle strength shook the heaven and earth and shattered the void. With a terrifying aura of destruction, it directly smashed towards the middle-aged monk holding the Buddha diagram. Kill them! The middle-aged monk was full of killing intent. He pointed at Gu Fei and the others, then rushed forward and unfolded the Buddha diagram to fight with the indestructible martial body. Kill! 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 The hundreds of Buddhist soldiers immediately bypassed the battle between the indestructible martial body and the middle-aged monk. They split into two groups and fiercely rushed towards Gu Fei and the others in the distant sky. These Buddhist soldiers wore ancient monk robes and held ancient magic weapons. Every one of them was incomparably powerful. The Buddhist soldiers of the Western Buddhist lands could not compare to them. Chapter 688. Hundreds of Buddha soldiers were like fighting Buddhas that rushed out from a primitive world. Buddhist power surged from their bodies, but within their peaceful aura, there was a towering murderous aura. From the perspective of Buddhism, killing seemed to be a kind of mercy. It was the duty of these Buddha soldiers to eliminate demons and protect the Tao. What should we do? Seeing the hundreds of murderous ancient Buddha soldiers, everyone could not help but feel their scalp tingle. These Buddha soldiers all had the cultivation of a mortal realm. Hundreds of Buddha soldiers were surrounded by Buddhist light. The momentum of their charge directly shook the heavens and earth. It was like a magnificent army with thousands of horses and horses, unstoppable. He has a Buddha soldier and I have an immortal soldier. Let's see who's stronger. Gu Fei sneered and then directly opened the inner world in his dantian. The void shattered, and under the shroud of divine light, a group of immortals rushed out. Immortal aura lingered and rays of light shone. The leader was a young divine king wearing battle armor and holding a golden divine halberd. His battle intent was like a rainbow, and his murderous aura soared to the sky. The divine king's black hair fluttered and his eyes were like stars as he stared coldly ahead. This person was the celestial race expert, Sagely. Behind him stood hundreds of immortals holding immortal weapons. To deal with these hundreds of Buddha soldiers, there was no need to mobilize the two ultimate gods from the celestial race. Divine King Sagely was enough to deal with them. Kill! Sagely shouted and pointed the divine halberd in his hand at the hundreds of Buddha soldiers that were rushing over. The hundreds of immortals behind him immediately went to meet the group of Buddha soldiers. The appearance of Sagely and the hundreds of immortal soldiers obviously shocked the hundreds of Buddha soldiers. However, so what if they were immortals? They had to die for colluding with demons. Although the hundreds of Buddha soldiers were shocked, they did not stop. Swoosh! Sagely directly teleported in the void and pounced into the hundreds of Buddha soldiers like a ferocious tiger. The divine halberd pierced through the void and directly picked up a Buddha soldier. With a shake of the divine halberd, the body of the Buddha soldier instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. It was a cloud of pale golden blood mist. Boom! Hundreds of Buddhist soldiers and hundreds of immortal soldiers clashed together. Suddenly, Buddhist light flashed. The brilliance of Buddhist weapons and immortal weapons lit up the entire sky. The power of Buddha and immortal spirits surged violently. St. Lee's halberd swept across, and several Buddhist soldiers were immediately cut in half at the waist. Wherever the halberd went, everything was destroyed. Blood splattered, and immortals and Buddhas fell one after another. The divine kings of the Hell Path would be peerless experts of the mysterious transformation realm after they left the Tanglong continent. Divine King Li Shang was a whole realm higher than these Buddhist soldiers. These Buddhist soldiers could not contend against him at all. Humph! You want to kill us? Then you must be prepared to be killed. Shaoqing said in disdain. Hundreds of immortals fighting hundreds of Buddhist soldiers. From the start, the immortals had the upper hand. Let's get rid of them as soon as possible and leave. Otherwise, if that almighty Buddhist is freed up, we will definitely die. Gu Fei said calmly. Shaoqing, Balon, and He Tian couldn't help but nod. If Gu Fei didn't have the power of the celestial race in his hands, these Buddhist soldiers would have killed them many times over, let alone a supreme expert. Roar! The middle-aged monk who was fighting with the indestructible martial body doppelganger roared again and again. He discovered the situation here. He never thought that Gu Fei and the others would have such a move. It's the successor of the immortal path, the female immortal of the Yaodai Holy Land. You are from the archaic Tao sect, or the primordial immortal sect. The middle-aged monk shouted loudly. I don't know what you are talking about. Divine King Li Shang had the cultivation of the mysterious transformation realm. The group of Buddhist soldiers was almost invincible in front of him. Buddha's blood stained his body, and his battle intent was like a rainbow. Li Shang displayed an incomparably powerful and terrifying combat strength. Hundreds of Buddhist soldiers from the Heavenly Buddha sect were instantly killed. Damn it! Retreat. The middle-aged monk was anxious. Hundreds of battle-hardened Buddhist soldiers were disciples of the Buddhist sects who were lucky enough to survive the Dark Ages. If they were destroyed, it would be a great loss to the Heavenly Buddha sect. Although the ancient desolation forces had returned, it was not like what the outside world had guessed. Every ancient desolation force had countless immortal-level powerhouses. In fact, after the turmoil of the world, some of the ancient desolation forces had been annihilated in the long years and completely disappeared. Even if they survived, their vitality would be greatly damaged. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After those Buddhist soldiers heard the order, they immediately dispersed and rushed towards the direction of Spirited Mountain. They were like rays of golden rainbow that crossed the sky at an extremely fast speed. Run? Where do you think you are going? The golden halberd in divine King Li Sheng's hand slashed repeatedly. Thousands of meters of killing light rushed out, splitting the void. Wherever the killing light passed, faint golden Buddha blood sprinkled in the air. Just as Li Sheng was about to lead the 100 immortal gods to chase after them, he received a voice transmission from Gu Fei. Hence, he stopped. In the short battle, only a few of Li Sheng's immortal soldiers died, and more than a dozen were injured. Compared to the hundreds of scattered Buddhist soldiers, Li Sheng had already won a great victory. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Let's go first. Gu Fei called Li Sheng and the others back. He was a little uneasy and did not want to stay for long. Then, he opened up his inner world and kept Li Sheng and the others inside. The group flew onto the white jade platform and crossed the void. Because of the suppression of the indestructible martial physique, the middle-aged monk's power could no longer affect this part of the world. Gu Fei and the others successfully crossed the void. Just as Gu Fei and the others left, a huge golden hand broke through the void and descended from the sky. It directly landed on the indestructible martial physique. Roar! The indestructible martial physique felt danger. Divine power surged all over his body, and the black rod in his hand directly pierced upwards. It was so powerful that it was unimaginable, as though it had pierced a hole in the sky. Bang! The huge golden hand collided with the black rod. The huge hand contained endless power and the aura of the great Tao. It was difficult to resist, and it actually slapped the indestructible martial physique and the rod down from the sky. Boom! The huge golden hand forcefully pressed the indestructible martial physique onto the ground. The ground within 100 miles immediately shook violently like waves, and dust rose high into the sky. This kind of power was definitely the attack of a mighty figure. The huge golden hand dissipated, and a huge palm print that was hundreds of feet wide appeared on the ground. The palm print went deep into the ground and was 100 meters deep. Rumble! The earth shook, and a domineering aura suddenly erupted from the palm print on the ground. A tall figure rose from the palm print. The mud and gravel within a radius of 1,000 feet also floated up. The indestructible martial physique was incomparably powerful, and his combat strength caused the world to lose its color. The world shook, and he was like a god or a demon. His long hair danced wildly as he slowly rose into the sky. This Chapter 689. Boom! The giant golden hand once again shattered the void and descended from the sky. It displayed supreme Buddhist power and directly slapped down the indestructible martial physique with infinite battle intent. The attack of the mighty figure was terrifying to the extreme. The giant golden hand was enough to kill all existences below the mighty figure level, but it could not do anything to the indestructible martial physique. Warriors who could cultivate the indestructible martial physique were all peerless figures in the past. Even if a mighty figure encountered such a person, they would probably retreat. The indestructible martial physique was not a legend. Even though the old tortoise's indestructible martial physique had fallen for countless years, it still had unlimited potential. This clone was not able to display the terrifying battle strength of the mighty figure level. Even though it could not display the battle strength of the mighty figure level at this stage, the indestructible martial physique was still incredibly powerful. Even a mighty figure would find it difficult to cause any damage to the indestructible martial physique. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. The indestructible martial physique was like an unkillable cockroach. It broke through the ground again and soared into the sky. Its black rod pointed to the sky, its long hair danced wildly, and its battle intent was like a rainbow. The mighty figure did not appear. He was attacking from thousands of miles away. Boom! 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 The giant golden hand continued to shatter the void and directly bombarded from the sky. It pierced through heaven and earth and collapsed mountains. The terrifying power of destruction spread between heaven and earth, and the whole world seemed as if the end of the world had arrived. However, the indestructible martial physique was still indestructible. It soared into the sky and dared to challenge the mighty figure. The Buddhist celestial being realm powerhouse who had retreated was also shocked when he saw this shocking scene. The indestructible martial physique was too powerful. If he had been the one to receive such an attack, he would have already been blasted into pieces. At this time, Gu Fei and the others had already crossed the void and were already thousands of miles away. No matter how powerful the Buddhist mighty figure was, it was difficult to find traces of Gu Fei and the others this time. Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and the others did not dare to stay any longer. They used the white jade platform to travel through the void. After a dozen times, the white jade platform could no longer withstand the power of traveling through the void. It turned into dust and dissipated into the void. At this moment, they were already over 50,000 kilometers away from the Buddhist land of the West and had entered the border of the Central Plains. The Central Plains was much vaster than the Western Buddhist lands. If mortals were to traverse through the Central Plains, they would most likely need to spend several years. The border between the Western Buddhist lands and the Central Plains was also vast and boundless. Although the border between Mount Song and the Central Plains could not be described as barren and unruly, it was also not some spiritual land. Miasma and poisonous fog would occasionally drift through the Mount Song army, making it an uncivilized and savage land. The Central Plains was the most prosperous region in the entire Tanglong continent. However, it was divided by three great empires. They were Southern Yin, Northern Wei, and Eastern Qi. Each of the three great empires controlled a territory of 1,000,000 miles. They were the three great powers of the Tanglong continent. They could contend against the Taoist sect, the demon race, and the Buddhist sect. At the border between the Buddhist land, Southern Yin, and Northern Wei, there was a place that was not governed by any of the three powers. The people there believed in the shaman religion, which was the inheritance of the ancient ancestors. It was a chaotic, primitive region. Because it was not governed by any of the three powers, many people who were fleeing for their lives and those evil villains who had nowhere to go in the Central Plains gathered in this region. Over the years, this desolate land had become the most unique place in the Tanglong continent. Jinwu City was the largest city in this primitive region. No one knew the origin of this city because it had existed for too long. Some people said that this city was built by the ancient ancestors. Some people said that this city was built by the body of a great shaman after he passed away. Of course, compared to the big cities in the Central Plains, Jinwu City was nothing. The capital of the three great empires, Southern Yin, Northern Wei, and Eastern Qi, each had a population of 10 million. It was the most prosperous place in the Tanglong continent. However, it was rare to see a city like this in this undeveloped region that still retained its primitive customs. This was the sorcerer's land. It had the inheritance of the sorcerer tribe in the Tanglong continent. Sorcerer. This was a very old word. It could be traced back to the era of the ancient ancestors. In this place, sorcerers had a high status. The most powerful force of the sorcerer tribe in Jinwu City was the Dark Sorcerer Cult. The Dark Sorcerer Cult was an invincible existence that deterred all the sorcerers and sorcerers in this region. After Gu Fei and the others came out from the Buddhist land, they entered this ungoverned region. The people here were ferocious and seemed to be hostile to everyone who entered this region. What is this place? Along the way, Gu Fei and the others saw people wearing strange clothes. The clothes they wore were clearly different from the clothes of the people in the Central Plains. Some of them even had strange pictures drawn on their bodies. This place. Gu Fei's expression turned serious. Although he had never been to many regions in the Tunglong continent, he had read about them in the ancient books. When they arrived in front of a large city that was pitch black, Gu Fei finally knew where they were. Jinwu City was completely black, as if it was cast from black iron. It was like a ferocious beast that was entrenched on the ground. It seemed as if it could explode at any time and tear all living things that came close to it into pieces. Jinwu City gave off a strong sense of oppression that made one's heart palpitate. We have come to the territory of Wu. Be careful. Otherwise, we won't even know how we died, Gu Fei said in a deep voice. This kind of ancient witchcraft had unimaginable power. Although Gu Fei had the cultivation of the immortal realm, he still felt a little uneasy when facing this black city. This black ancient city was not simple. What was the reason that allowed it to stand in this primitive region for so many years? Wu? When He Tian heard this, the fire of soul in his skull suddenly flickered violently. He seemed to have some misgivings about Wu. At this moment, He Tian was wrapped in black clothes to avoid shocking the world. If he appeared with his bones, everyone would probably think of him as an evil spirit. Gu Fei remembered that he had killed a sorcerer from the dark sorcery cult called Ancestor Whitebones in the southern wasteland. It seemed that the dark sorcery cult was nothing special and was not worth being afraid of. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. Gu Fei strode into the city. Although there were already immortals walking around in the Tunglong continent, there were very few of them. Like a mysterious dragon, it was hard to find its tail. Gu Fei did not feel any particularly strong aura in this city. Shaoqing and the fire Kiran Balan followed Gu Fei in. However, He Tian raised his head and looked at the city in front of him. His eyes flashed. However, he did not say anything and chased after Gu Fei and the others. When Gu Fei and the others entered the city, they saw that the streets were very lively. People came and went. Most of the people in the city were sorcerers with weapons or colorful bags. There was even something moving in the small bags on the waists of the sorcerers. From time to time, people in Central Plains clothing could be seen walking around. 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. They are selling it cheaply. The top-notch cold iron godly sword for only 1,000 taels of gold. It's worth it. Spirit beast for sale. There were many shops on both sides of the street. There were also many stalls on the ground. The sound of hawking could be heard continuously. Many people stopped to look and choose their goods. 1,000-year-old Ganoderma? It's only 100 years old. Cold iron godly sword. You have the nerve to take out scrap metal to buy it. Spirit beasts? Even cats and dogs can be called spirit beasts. Along the way, little Qing couldn't stay idle and kept giving pointers. His words infuriated the stall owners half to death. How could we still do business after hearing what you said, brat? The stall owners wanted to tear Shaoqing to pieces. However, when they saw the extraordinary bearing of this group of people, none of them dared to do anything. Seeing this, Gu Fei smiled and did not say anything. Shaoqing was too wicked. At this time, a fair and chubby little fatty suddenly came to Gu Fei and the others. He cupped his hands and said to Gu Fei, "Gentlemen, are you esteemed guests from the Central Plains?" When Gu Fei heard that, he couldn't help but size up the little fatty. He was about 17 or 18 years old and wore a gray robe. His lips were red and his teeth were white. He didn't look like a poor person, but this little fatty's clothes had already been washed white. He had such an aura, but his clothes were so shabby. What was this person's purpose? Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Before Gu Fei could say anything, little Qing took a step forward and coldly stared at the little fatty in front of her as she spoke. Although little Qing had already restrained his aura, he still made the little fatty feel a great deal of pressure when he took a step forward. His face turned deathly pale, and his heart thumped wildly. Haha, I see that you are new to Jinwu City, so I took the liberty to recommend myself. Do you need a guide? The little fatty forced himself to calm down and spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Big brother. Hearing this, Shaoqing couldn't help but look at Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a little surprised that this little fatty could remain so calm in front of Shaoqing. What's your name? Gu Fei asked with interest. This little fatty did not seem to be a local novice wizard. There was a faint trace of qi coming from him. Gu Fei couldn't help but be interested in this little fatty. My surname is Gu. My name is Zhong, Gu Zhong, the little fatty said carefully. He could tell that these people were not ordinary people. If he served them well, he would definitely be rewarded. Surname Gu? When Gu Fei heard this, he was truly taken aback. To think that he would actually have the same surname as him. This was truly shocking. Chapter 690. Gu Zhong, Gu Chong. What an interesting name. Gu Fei smiled. We also need a guide. You can be our guide for now. Gu Fei was surprised that this little fatty had the same surname as him, but he didn't reject him. Is it possible to get half of the reward in advance? Little fatty Gu Zhong scratched his head and asked Gu Fei with some hesitation and embarrassment. Reward? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel troubled. He wasn't a person of the secular world and didn't have any money on him. How was he going to pay? Shaoqing and the Fire Qilan Balan naturally didn't have any money, let alone He Tian, who only had a skeleton. Gu Fei hesitated for a moment. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Money was absolutely indispensable in the secular world. Young masters, don't tell me you don't have any money on you? The little fatty thought that he had caught a few rich guys and could make a fortune, but it seemed like he had wasted his efforts. Money? What's that? Shaoqing asked curiously. Is the benefit you want money? Shaoqing had never traveled in the secular world before, so he was curious about everything. Most transactions between cultivators were based on bartering. Moreover, people in the cultivation world viewed money as dirt. Shaoqing had no idea what money was. The fatty couldn't help but stare. Could it be that these well-dressed fellows with extraordinary bearing weren't the noble children of the Central Plains who had come out to train? We don't have money, but we have these things. They should be enough to pay you. Gu Fei suddenly said and threw a few things to the little fatty. What is it? The little fatty hurriedly took it. Before he could see what it was, he felt a warm sensation on his hand. Lowering his head, he saw that he was holding 3 pieces of crystal-clear jade that were 3 fingers wide and had a misty luster flowing around them. The warm feeling was coming from the jade. Won you? The little fatty's eyes lit up when he saw the things in his hand. His hands trembled as he quickly said, Enough. TCH, it's just a few pieces of mutton fat jade. Why are you so happy? Shaoqing couldn't help but have a disdainful expression when he saw the little fatty's excitement. That sort of sheep fat white jade was not a rare item for cultivators. The 3 pieces of sheep fat white jade that Gu Fei had tossed to little fatty did not have any spirit qi at all, making it even less attractive to the cultivation world. Gu Fei had a lot of this kind of white jade. In the Hell Path, there was even a white jade mountain that was completely made of white jade. Although Gu Fei hadn't truly grasped the Hell Path, he still had the ability to take some items from there. When little fatty heard little Qing's words, he couldn't help but rejoice that he hadn't left just now. This young master was simply the god of fortune. These 3 pieces of white jade were worth at least a few thousand taels of gold. The little fatty's heart was blooming with joy. He was very, very short of money right now. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you leading the way? Shaoqing said impatiently. Yes. Where do you want to go? The little fatty put away the 3 pieces of white jade and smiled brightly at Gu Fei's group. Let's go eat a big meal first. Take us to the best restaurant here. Gu Fei said. He hadn't eaten anything from the secular world in a long time. All right, young masters, please follow me. The little fatty responded and led the way, leading Gu Fei's group along the street. Although Yinwu City was a city in the barbarian lands, it was a place where people should be. Although the Sorcerer Land was an ungoverned region, the forces of the Central Plains still managed to infiltrate this place. The Heavenly Star Tower was the best restaurant in Yinwu City. Only people with status would be able to dine in the Heavenly Star Tower. As long as the guest wanted to eat something, it would be available here. Even the liver of a dragon or the gallbladder of a phoenix could be obtained. The little fatty, Gu Zhong, already knew that these young masters weren't simple. How could a person who casually threw out the white jade be an ordinary person? He led Gu Fei's group straight to the Sky Star Tower. In the entire Yinwu City, Only the Sky Star Tower could barely entertain such people. With the little fatty's introduction, Gu Fei's group had a better understanding of the situation in Yinwu City. This was a city controlled by the dark sorcerer cult. The population of the entire city was less than 100,000, but it was the largest and most prosperous city in the entire Sorcerer Land. Compared to other places in the Sorcerer Land, this was simply heaven in the eyes of sorcerer cultivators. The Sky Star Tower had a total of 18 floors. The bottom floor was for ordinary customers. The higher the floor, the higher the status of the customers. The 18th floor was for important people of the demigod realm and above. The 18th floor of the Sky Star Tower was rarely open, but it was open today. Obviously, some important people had come to Yinwu City, and someone was entertaining them on the 18th floor. With the little fatty's eyesight, he naturally couldn't tell the strength of Gu Fei's group. If he knew that Gu Fei's group had immortal cultivation, he definitely wouldn't hesitate to bring them up to the 18th floor. The little fatty led the way. He seemed to be very familiar with the Sky Star Tower. He directly brought Gu Fei's group to the 9th floor. Isn't that the lazy worm of the Gu family? The little fatty, Gu Zhong, was recognized the moment he reached the 9th floor. It seemed like he was a regular customer of the Sky Star Tower. Gu family? When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. There was a Gu family in Yinwu City? He suddenly had some interest in the little fatty's family. Who said it wasn't? Wasn't the Gu family chased out of Yinwu City by the dark sorcerer cult? Yes, this lazy worm actually dares to appear in Yinwu City. Isn't he afraid that the people of Yinwu City will chop him into pieces? Who's the person behind him? There were many customers on the 9th floor of the Sky Star Tower. Many of them were discussing in low voices. Some were even pointing at the little fatty. They were all very surprised that the little fatty would appear here. Gu Buzhong, it seems like they all recognize you. Little Qing walked forward with a smile on her face. Her eyes emitted a sharp light that was as sharp as lightning as she swept her gaze across the surroundings. The lobby of the 9th floor instantly quietened down. Little fatty, Gu Zhong, smiled but didn't say anything. Although Xiaoqing didn't release any aura, these people felt a sense of fear under Xiaoqing's gaze. It was as if a prehistoric beast was staring at them. The little fatty ignored those people and directly led Gu Fei and Gu Fei's group into a private room by the window. Who are these people? Scary. They look young, but they're definitely not simple. Look at their clothing. Could they be from the Central Plains? How did the lazy worm of the Gu family get to know such people? When Gu Fei and his group walked into the private room, the people in the lobby started to whisper again. The appearance of Gu Fei and his group made them feel uneasy. After sitting down in the private room, Gu Fei looked at the little fatty, Gu Zhong, and asked indifferently, "You have a feud with the dark sorcerer cult?" "Yes." Gu Zhong seemed unwilling to say more. "Gu Zhong, get out here." At this moment, a loud shout sounded from outside, and a strange, sinister, and evil aura entered the private room from the outside. Gu Zhong's face immediately turned ugly when he heard this voice. Chapter 691. Bam! The door of the private room was kicked open, and a tall figure stood outside. Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but frown, and a trace of displeasure appeared on their faces. They looked up and saw that the man was 9 feet tall, like an iron tower, standing at the door and blocking the entire door. This was an extremely tough young man, dressed in black, with 3 small bags of different colors hanging on his waist. The muscles all over his body were bulging, giving people a strong sense of power. "Wu man, don't go too far." The little fatty stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Let's put aside our grievances for today. I have a distinguished guest to entertain." "Humph, who do you think you are?" The voodoo barbarian's arrogance soared to the sky. He directly punched the fatty's head. His fist, which was as big as a copper hammer, moved quickly in the void, making a whoosh sound. The air in the private room suddenly surged, producing a strong airflow. "You!" The little fatty was taken aback. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to directly attack in the Sky Star Tower. The private room was not big, and it was difficult for the little fatty to avoid Wu Man's punch. The little fatty had no choice but to raise his hand. Bam! Wu Man's punch directly hit the little fatty's arms, causing the little fatty to retreat 5 or 6 steps, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Wu Man's divine strength was amazing, and the little fatty, Gu Zhong, seemed to be no match for him at all. I said that I, Wu Man, will kill every member of the Gu family I see. Wu Man's arrogance soared to the sky, and he was about to step into the private room. He completely ignored the existence of Gu Fei and the others. Humph! A cold snort sounded in the private room. The sound was not loud, but the entire Sky Star Tower shook. Before Wu Man stepped into the private room, he seemed to have suffered a great impact, and his tower-like body flew up and smashed backward. In the hall outside the private room, there was a burst of exclamation, and then there was chaos. The barbarian shaman smashed many tables, and everyone hurriedly dodged. Everyone in the entire Heaven Star Tower was alarmed. This was incredible. There was actually someone with unfathomable cultivation making a move. Even the people on the 18th floor were astonished. Who is it? Who is it? A cold snort shook the entire Heavenly Star Tower. Could it be that there is a demigod realm expert in the Heavenly Star Tower? On the 9th floor, let's go take a look. For a moment, the entire Heaven Star Tower was in an uproar. Experts who could fly in the air from the 10th floor and above rushed out, wanting to see what was going on. The Dark Shaman cult's young master Wu Man had been beaten up. Someone actually dared to attack the Dark Shaman cult's young master Wu Man in Dark Shaman City. On the 9th floor, everyone was discussing. Roar! A beast-like roar resounded, and the entire Heaven Star Tower shook. Sorcery power revolved around Wu Man's body, and he stood up from the ground like an injured, ferocious beast. Little fatty Gu Zhong was also stunned. Although he didn't know who attacked just now, the person who did it was definitely one of Gu Fei's group. Who are these people? Little fatty was scared witless. These people were too powerful and mysterious. They actually dared to challenge the Dark Shaman cult. Scram if you don't want to die. Balan's voice came from the private room. He didn't usually speak much, and he didn't joke around. He didn't mind killing this insignificant sorcerer man. Wu Man's eyes were red. In Dark Shaman City, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. In Dark Shaman City, the Dark Shaman cult was the heavens. As the Dark Shaman cult's young master, Wu Man was the future master of Dark Shaman City. To be scolded like this in his own territory was a great humiliation. Bam! 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 Sorcery power surged around Wu Man's body, and the shadows of 2 strange beasts vaguely appeared on his body. A fierce, murderous aura spread across the 9th floor. He walked forward step by step, and with every step he took, the entire floor would shake. Everyone avoided him as far as they could. If they were to be implicated, they would be in trouble. You're courting death. Balan's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness, and he was about to attack. Gu Fei suddenly raised his hand to stop Balan. If Balan attacked, Wu Man wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. However, Gu Fei had other plans. Swoosh! He pointed a finger, and a divine light rushed out from the tip of his finger, hitting the aggressive and murderous Wu Man. As the divine light entered Wu Man's body, the 2 beast souls that were condensing on his body immediately dissipated. Wu Man also stood there motionless, as if he had been cursed. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot, and his face had turned purple. Roar! He roared again and again, desperately activating the sorcery power in his body. However, it was all in vain. He couldn't even move his fingers. Apart from his head, his body didn't seem to belong to him anymore. How is this possible? What kind of people did the lazy Gu from the Gu family bring? They're too powerful. Could they be from a big sect in the Central Plane? Seeing this scene, the people on the 9th floor found it hard to remain calm. Even the experts who were flying outside the building were dumbfounded. Wu Man was subdued just like that? So easily? Wu Man is the Dark Shaman cult's young master, a level 9 sorcerer. Wu Man is a level 9 sorcerer. Little fatty Gu Zhong was also shocked. What kind of people were these? At this time, he had no confidence in himself. These people were more powerful and abnormal than the previous one. Gu Buzhong, why are you still standing here? If you have any grievances, go and settle them. Xiaoqing came to the fatty's side, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile. The fatty's legs and neck went soft. He shivered and almost fell to the ground. Why? Don't you want revenge? Gu Fei said indifferently. He had already heard the words of the people around him. Was a level 9 sorcerer very powerful? This dark shaman cult's young master was only at the transcending mortality realm. After listening to Gu Fei's words, Fatty Gu Zhong's eyes were filled with hatred. He was no longer afraid, as if he had become a different person. He raised his head and puffed out his chest, strode out of the private room, and went straight to the imprisoned Wu Man. How dare you? Wu Man glared fiercely at the little fatty and shouted in a stern voice. Bam! The little fatty didn't say anything. He directly threw a punch at Wu Man's face. Wu Man's nose started to bleed, and he was enraged. Chapter 692. Pa, 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 pa. Fatty slapped Wu Man a dozen times with both hands. Wu Man's mouth was full of blood, and his teeth were almost all gone. Awesome! Not only did the little fatty not stop, but he also started punching and kicking, beating Barbarian Wu, who was restrained by Gu Fei, like a human sandbag. The little fatty vented the anger that had accumulated in his chest for a long time. Poor Wu Man. In the end, he couldn't even make a sound. Wu Man's face was swollen like a pig's head, and many bones in his body were broken. However, it had to be said that Fatty's ability to torture people was absolutely first class. He was very careful. Although Wu Man's injury seemed to be serious, it was not life-threatening. After all, Wu Man was the young master of the dark sorcery cult, so Fatty did not dare to kill him. Wu Man had never been humiliated like this before. He fainted a few times. Humph! Just when Fatty was having fun beating Wu Man, suddenly, a cold snort sounded from the 9th floor. Then, a ball of green light gushed out from the floor in the middle of the lobby, and a figure appeared from the green light. With the appearance of this person, a gloomy and strange aura immediately filled the 9th floor, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Everyone shuddered involuntarily and retreated even further away. Everyone upstairs seemed to have some misgivings about this person, and many people even left directly. Fatty Gu Zhong did not stop, and then retreated to Gu Fei and the others. He felt a bone-chilling killing intent, which made him tremble. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this time, figures flashed. Several young men and women dressed in Central Plains costumes appeared in the building. Seeing these people, Gu Fei could not help but frown. These young men and women were the mysterious figures on the 18th floor. Gu Fei thought they were experts of the older generation, but he did not expect them to be young men and women. The person in the lead was wearing a purple gold dragon crown. Dragon chi was faintly emitting from his body, and he actually had the aura of an emperor. Could it be that he was from the imperial family of an immortal dynasty? The 3 eternal empires were able to stand towering in the Central Plains for countless years and control an area of 500,000 kilometers, so their resources were naturally unimaginably deep. An undying empire was comparable to a great sect. They couldn't be underestimated. He's not from the Dragon Clan, but he has the dragon aura to protect him? Xiaoqing's gaze was immediately attracted by the young man with the purple gold dragon crown. How dare you behave atrociously in our sorcerer's land? Damn you! The mysterious person was shrouded in green light, and his aura was strange and terrifying. His oily green face sent chills down people's spines. A chilling, killing intent swirled around the building. He stared at Gu Fei and the others behind Little Fatty, his dark green eyes flashing with a strange, evil light. They're dead meat. One of the dark shaman sect's 4 divine shamans, the human demon, has arrived. Once the demonic human appears, not even the fowls and dogs will be spared. Human demon? Gu Fei heard the murmurs of the bystanders in the building. It was not funny. How could someone like this be called a demon? He had seen real demons before. The young men and women dressed in Central Plains uniforms watched everything coldly from the side. They had arrogant expressions on their faces. It was obvious at a glance that these people had been in positions of power for a long time, and they had an aura that ordinary people didn't have. Gu Fei and the others didn't think much of this human demon, but that didn't mean that the others would treat him like air. Human. Human demon. Little Fatty's legs and neck stopped trembling when he saw the mysterious person who had suddenly appeared. His face turned pale. It wasn't just Little Fatty. Anyone who knew about the human demon's background was shocked. Among the 4 divine shamans of the Dark Shaman sect, this human demon was the easiest to kill. In the sorcerer's land, there was a saying that once a human demon appeared, not even the fowls and dogs would be spared. Moreover, his methods were cruel. This human demon was shrouded in a green light. He was tall and thin, with a narrow pointy forehead and high cheekbones. He looked like a mouse. Seeing Wu Man's miserable state, his green eyes suddenly emitted a fierce, evil light. He directly stretched out his skinny right hand, which was like a chicken's claw, and grabbed Little Fatty. Little Fatty was really shocked. This ruthless person was actually attacking him. In his fear, he didn't think much and directly waved his hand to block. "Humph, you're courting death." With a sharp and harsh voice, a cruel smile appeared on the human demon's face. Green light burst out from his right claw, and 5 rays of dark green evil light shot out from his 5 fingers, piercing towards Little Fatty. Just when everyone thought that Little Fatty was about to be killed by the human demon, the green light from the human demon's right claw collided with Little Fatty's palm. The 5 rays of evil light were all shattered by Little Fatty's random slap. Bang! The human demon flew backward, directly smashed through the wall, and fell out of the building. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one thought that this would be the result. How was this possible? Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't speak for a long time. This Little Fatty was actually an expert? He pretended to be weak and waited until now to defeat one of the 4 divine sorcerers of the Dark Sorcerer sect? Why didn't this lazy bum help when the Gu family was expelled from Dark Sorcerer City? They couldn't figure it out. They really couldn't figure it out. Everyone was in disbelief. Only the expressions of the young men and women from the Central Plains changed a little. The eyes of the young man wearing a purple gold dragon crown in the lead flashed as he swept a glance at Gu Fei, who was in the private room. At this time, Gu Fei and the others were still leisurely sitting in the private room, watching this scene with interest. Roar! An angry roar came from outside, followed by a flash of green light. The human demon that had been sent flying by Little Fatty rushed in from outside. His beady eyes stared fixedly at Little Fatty, a trace of blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth. His expression was ferocious and fearful, as if he wanted to eat Little Fatty alive. Good, good, good. I didn't think that the Gu family would have someone like you. The human demon laughed in anger. He reached into a pitch-black pouch at his waist. Crash! Everyone upstairs immediately rushed to the staircase in a panic. Some people even directly jumped out of the surrounding windows. Everyone's expression changed. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a ghastly, ghastly wind blew angrily. A cloud of black gas exploded from the human demon's hand. Within the churning black gas were countless black snake shadows that pounced at Little Fatty. No one knew what the human demon had taken out of the leather pouch, but it definitely wasn't anything good. In just a moment, everyone who knew about the human demon fled. Only the young men and women from the Central Plains were still standing there. Chapter 693. Infuriated, the human demon performed a vicious witchcraft. The black gas condensed into more than a dozen black snakes, which swooped toward the Little Fatty, Gu Zhong. The pungent smell made people dizzy. "Young masters, save me!" The Little Fatty clapped his hands and retreated in a panic. Just at this moment, a strong gust of wind swept through the building. Although the Little Fatty was frantically slapping his palms, every time he did so, a powerful force would surge forth from his palms. The wind from his palms whistled through the air, looking extremely powerful. Bang! 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 The tables and chairs in the building were blown out by the wind from his palms. Seeing this, the young men and women in Central Plains clothes were all shocked. Is this Little Fatty really pretending to be crazy? Whoosh! 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 The wind from the palm howled and the wind howled. The entire star tower shook under the ferocious power of the little fatty's palm. The dozen black snakes that were trying to devour him were dispersed by the power of his palm in an instant. Layers of black gas were forced back by the little fatty's palm strength. Third uncle, save me. Wu Man, who had been restrained by Gu Fei, was also swept up by the palm strength and flew out of the building like a meteorite. Unable to move, he was scared out of his wits. Damn it! The wind from the palm strength was like a knife cutting across the flesh, causing a dull pain. Only then was the human demon shocked. This little fatty is very scary. Could it be that he has been pretending to be stupid all this time? He was about to save Wu Man, but at this moment, the little fatty seemed to have unintentionally slapped him with his palm strength. The terrifying palm strength was like a flash flood, rushing toward him with unstoppable force. Hiss! The human demon gasped. All the pores on his body instantly opened and his hair stood on end. He felt great danger and raised his palm to meet it without thinking. Bam! The human demon's palm collided with the palm strength. At that moment, his palm turned into a cloud of blood mist. Then, the human demon's body was smashed into pieces by the little fatty's palm. The purple-robed young man was taken aback. He could never have imagined that the human devil who had dominated the land of witches for hundreds of years and was at the peak of the void-controlling realm would die just like that. Wu Barbarian was not spared either. The evil black gas rolled back and was swept out of the building by the palm wind. Wu Barbarian was contaminated by the black gas, and his skin and flesh instantly turned black. Before he fell to the ground, he directly turned into a mass of black water in the air, splashing in all directions. It showed how terrifying the black gas was. Outside the building, a few people who were flying in the air couldn't dodge in time and were enveloped by the black gas. They fell from the sky and died instantly. There were even more people who were splashed by the black water. Downstairs, there were blood-curdling screams. The witchcraft of the humanoid devil was too vicious. Whether it was the black gas or the black water transformed from the barbarian's body, as long as it touched a little, it could take a person's life. Even a practitioner in the void-controlling realm could not be spared. No, it's not me, what the hell? Little Fatty revealed a look of disbelief and stared at his hands. He had just killed the humanoid devil with one palm strike. That was the humanoid devil, one of the 4 great divine sorcerers of the dark sorcerer cult. This was bad. Little Fatty thought of the terrible consequences of killing Wu Barbarian and the humanoid devil, and his whole body instantly turned cold. Run away. Little Fatty couldn't care so much anymore. He directly jumped down from the window on the 9th floor, trying to escape from the dark sorcerer city. Howl, where are you going? How dare you kill the young master of my cult? Die. A middle-aged man surrounded by red evil chi descended from the sky and stopped Little Fatty. At this time, a large number of cultivators had gathered around the starry sky tower to watch the show. Because of the terrible black gas that suddenly gushed out from the starry sky tower, there was poisonous black water sprinkling from the sky. More than a dozen people had already been killed. Everyone was frightened and didn't dare to get too close. Bang! Little Fatty Guzhong sent out another palm strike. Before the middle-aged man could even let out a scream, he was smashed into smithereens and turned into a putrid bloody mist. I'm not seeing things, am I? How is this possible? One of the 4 great divine sorcerers, Qi Gui, died just like that. Everyone was in an uproar as they looked at Little Fatty as if they were looking at a monster. This lazy worm of the Gu clan was actually a hidden supreme expert. 2 experts of the dark sorcerer cult had died in his hands one after another. Even Little Fatty himself was stunned. Qi Gui, the person who was smashed by his palm, was one of the 4 great divine sorcerers of the dark sorcerer cult, Qi Gui. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Little Fatty was about to go crazy. Not only himself, but the entire Gu clan might also be annihilated by the dark sorcerer cult by killing 3 important figures of the dark sorcerer cult. At the moment when Qi Gui was smashed to death by Little Fatty, in the depths of a swamp that was filled with miasma, an ancient lamp on top of a black mountain extinguished in an ancient palace. In the sinister ancient palace, there were 4 ancient lamps placed side by side on the offering table. Right now, only one of the ancient lamps was still flickering with a dark green, evil light. Roar! A low roar sounded from the depths of the death swamp. Instantly, the entire death swamp was filled with a sinister wind, and the aura of death surged. An evil and powerful aura filled the air. Chigue! An angry roar came from the direction of the city lord's residence. The voice shook the entire dark sorcerer city. From the city lord's residence, a torrential blood light rushed out, dyeing the entire sky a blood-red color. Damn, fatty, not only will you die, I will also bury the entire Gu clan with you. Within the bloodlight, a person rushed into the sky. His cold voice reverberated throughout the entire dark sorcerer city, causing everyone in the city to tremble in fear. The evil aura was vast. This person was even stronger than the human demon and Chigue. He was definitely one of the rare experts in the dark sorcerer cult. The sorcerers and cultivators near the Sky Star Tower were instantly shocked. When they saw this person, they all retreated further away to avoid being implicated. This is the city lord of dark sorcerer cult, the head of the 4 great divine sorcerers, Blood Demon. Even such an expert was alarmed. This little fatty from the Gu clan is dead for sure. Blood Demon? It has nothing to do with me. I didn't kill these people. Little fatty looked like he was about to cry. When the head of the 4 great divine sorcerers, Blood Demon, attacked, he had no hope of surviving at all. This was not a fight of the same level. You didn't kill them? Blood Demon was about to go crazy from anger. Cut the crap. Hand over your life. Blood Demon rode on the endless blood light like a demon god rushing out of the sea of blood. He descended, his 5 fingers spread out and grabbed forward. Blood-colored evil light shot out from the blood devil's fingers like dark black blood. It transformed into 5 ferocious, blood-colored flood dragons that spiraled toward the fatty to devour him. I really didn't kill them. Little fatty Gu Zhong cried. As he screamed, his right palm once again rose uncontrollably and pressed forward. Pung! Something shocking happened. The head of the 4 great divine sorcerers, Blood Demon, actually turned into a blood mist on the spot. His body and soul were instantly destroyed. This lazy worm from the Gu clan is too scary. He said he didn't kill them, but look at what happened. Even Blood Demon, who was second only to the leader of the dark sorcerer cult, was scared to death by a slap from him. I knew it. How could the Gu clan be chased out of Dark Sorcerer City so easily? The Gu clan comes from the Central Plains. They have a lot of resources. Pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. That's a ruthless person. When the head of the Dark Sorcery cult's 4 divine sorcerers, Blood Demon, was killed by Little Fatty's palm, the last ancient lamp on the offering table in the depths of the death swamp was extinguished. Roar! A furious roar came from the Black Mountain. Then, a black shadow with an evil aura rushed out from the ancient temple at the top of the mountain and disappeared into the horizon. In Dark Sorcerer City, when everyone's attention was attracted by the lazy worm from the Gu clan, the young men and women from the Central Plains walked towards Gu Fei and the others who were still sitting in the VIP room. Nice move. The black-haired young man who was wearing a purple gold dragon crown and had a faint dragon aura around him clapped his hands. This young man had black hair that reached his shoulders. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes that were like cold stars. He had an oppressive aura and was very extraordinary. The 2 men and 1 woman behind him also had dignified appearances and were dragons among men. A peak demigod. Since when did the Central Plains have such a young expert? Gu Fei looked at the young man, then slowly took out a jade bottle and a few jade cups. The black-haired young man's heart trembled. His opponent had actually seen through his cultivation, but he could not. When Gu Fei poured out the bejeweled nectar from the jade bottle, the expressions of the few people changed again. A strong aura of life filled the VIP room. This is the divine liquid of life? The black-haired young man was shocked. When Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but look at the black-haired young man again. This guy was very knowledgeable. He seemed to know the origin of the spring of life. I am Chu Qinghuang. May I ask who you are? The black-haired young man did not dare to be negligent. I am Gu Fei of the Supreme Mystery Sect. Gu Fei did not hide anything. He no longer needed to hide anything. He had a powerful weapon in his hands and was no longer afraid of anyone. When the black-haired young man and the others heard this, their expressions became a little strange. The woman in red clothes who looked like a ball of fire said, "You are Gu Fei?" The Gu Fei who beat up the younger generation of the southern wilderness 300 years ago? Another young man seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise, "Haha, big brother. So you are so famous in the Tunglong continent." Shaoqing said with a smile. He then drank the cup of divine liquid of life in one gulp. The black-haired young man was about to say something when an evil aura suddenly appeared in the distance and quickly approached Yanwu City. A strong gust of wind and black gas came from the horizon and enveloped Yanwu City. It covered the sky and the earth, and the sky darkened as if night had suddenly come. The true experts of the Dark Sorcerer cult had arrived. It should be known that important figures of the Dark Sorcerer cult would occasionally appear in Yanwu City. No one would dare to be presumptuous here. Chapter 694. Dark winds howled angrily in Dark Sorcerer City. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened and thousands of evil spirits rushed out. Terrifying, illusory figures could be faintly seen. It's him, the leader of the Dark Sorcerer cult. The little fatty from the Gu family is dead meat. I heard that the leader of the Dark Sorcerer cult is only one step away from becoming a sorcerer demon. He has been cultivating in the Sorcerer God's temple all year round. I didn't expect him to be alarmed. At this time, Gu Fei and the others also walked out of the private room. Looking out the window, they saw a terrifying shadow looming in the midst of the surging black qi in the air. Sorcery power was vast and evil aura shot into the sky. The leader of the Dark Sorcerer cult was like a demon that had descended. It was terrifying. That guy is so cool. Shaoqing, who was standing beside Gu Fei, said disdainfully. However, not everyone could be as calm as little Qing. Inside the city, no one spoke, no one felt anything. There was only the howling of the cold wind and the surging of the black gas. Everyone's heart was trembling in fear, and everyone was in danger. "How dare you kill my son and kill the elder of my cult? I don't care who you are, you will die today." A sinister voice came from the sky with a murderous aura. It really wasn't me. The little fatty's legs and neck were trembling and his entire body was trembling. His body almost fell to the ground as he panicked to the extreme. Die. The black gas was vast and mighty, covering the sky and covering the earth. A tall figure swooped down from the sky. It really wasn't me. The little fatty exclaimed. Bam! Blood splattered everywhere, and something that left everyone dumbfounded happened once again. The cult leader of the Dark Sorcerer cult was smashed into pieces by little fatty like a fly. His body parts fell to the ground, and a bloody mist exploded in the air. At this moment, everyone was speechless. This little fatty from the Gu family was too strange. Even a figure like the sect master was easily killed. It made everyone feel terror and terror. Interesting. Shaoqing also found this scene interesting. The young man wearing the purple gold dragon crown, Chu Qinghuang, could not help but be shocked by the scene in front of him. The leader of the Dark Sorcery sect was a super expert at the peak of the demigod realm. However, such a super expert was still killed by a single slap from little fatty. Even the Dark Sorcerer cult's leader would not have expected such an outcome. I wonder if this fatty can still do this when he's facing the Lich. Chu Qinghuang could not help but look forward to it. Little fatty had even killed the sect master of the Dark Witch sect. This would definitely alarm the Lich in the Dark Witch sect. After the death of the Dark Shaman cult's cult master, the evil aura that had engulfed the entire Black Fog City gradually dissipated into the air. The world began to shine brightly once more. The Dark Sorcerer cult master had come in a threatening manner, but he had been slapped to death by the fatty. The Dark Sorcerer cult master could be considered to have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. After more than 10 minutes, the onlookers finally came back to their senses. The Dark Sorcerer cult leader was dead. The crowd in the vicinity immediately went into an uproar. This was definitely a shocking and unbelievable event in Dark Sorcerer City. The Dark Sorcerer cult had lost 4 core members in a single day. One of them was the Dark Sorcerer cult's leader. 4 of the true experts in the Dark Sorcerer cult had been killed in one go. If there were no accidents, the Sorcerer Land was going to be in chaos. Leader: damn Fatty Goo, damned Goo clan. Kill. Avenge the leader. Members of the Dark Sorcerer cult charged in from all directions and surrounded little Fatty Goo Zhong. This was the Dark Sorcerer cult's territory, so there were many members of the Dark Sorcerer cult. There were also more than 1,000 members surrounding little Fatty. Moreover, members of the Dark Sorcerer cult continued to charge in from all over Dark Sorcerer City. These sorcerers were not afraid of death at all. Kill. Chop this guy into minced meat. Someone shouted. Then, all the members of the Dark Sorcerer cult immediately attacked. They reached into the small pouches tied around their waists and took out their Dharma treasures. Then, they cast sorcery spells and attacked little Fatty. In an instant, all sorts of colored smoke filled the air. The sorcery poison was extremely evil and poisonous. No one dared to let the smoke touch them. The spectators fell into chaos and everyone retreated. At this time, little Fatty was on the verge of tears. 1 person against 1,000 people. Wasn't that just asking for death? He couldn't care less anymore. He raised his hands and slapped them in all directions. A vast amount of palm energy surged out, and with each palm, someone was smashed to smithereens. Great power filled the air. The little Fatty was like the reincarnation of the god of war. He was unbelievably powerful. However, little Fatty knew his pain. In the beginning, he had struck out with his own palms, but then he lost control of his body. His body was no longer his own, and he was being controlled by someone else. Someone was indirectly attacking him through his body. Boom! With 1 palm, dozens of sorcerers turned into a mist of blood. Bam! With 1 punch, dozens of sorcerers and a house were smashed into dust, disappearing with the wind. Thousands of sorcerers could not withstand a single blow. It was like a group of ants attacking an elephant. A battle of this level was no longer something that could be won with numbers. On the street in front of the Heavenly Star Tower, blood flowed like a river. Broken corpses were scattered all over the ground. It was like a terrifying slaughterhouse. It was a one-sided massacre. More and more Dark Sorcery Sect members were killed. The blood on the ground gathered into a stream, but the sorcerers continued to charge forward without fear of death. Gufei watched this scene coldly from upstairs. He was using little Fatty to weaken the Dark Sorcery Sect's strength as much as possible. He had an idea. Chu Qinghuang and the others did not say anything when they saw this bloody scene. In their eyes, the Dark Sorcery Sect members were no different from ants. No matter how many ants died, these higher-ups would never frown. Rumble. Just as little Fatty killed the leader of the Dark Sorcery Sect in an instant, the death swamp hundreds of miles away shook as if a terrifying prehistoric beast had awakened. The terrifying evil power shook the entire death swamp and caused the sky to tremble. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the depths of the death swamp. A dark green evil light enveloped the entire death swamp. The aura of death was vast and mighty, and dark clouds surged. The entire world shook under this roar. The death swamp seemed to be boiling, constantly bubbling. A terrifying figure slowly rose from a black pool in the depths of the swamp. In the dark green evil light, the figure was 4 or 5 meters tall, and its body surged with monstrous sorcery power. Roar. With a roar, the heavens and earth shook. Endless evil light shot into the sky, covering the entire area and dyeing it green. That terrifying figure gave off an evil light that stretched for tens of thousands of feet. Like a peerless demon king, he flew in the direction of Yanwu City. Chapter 695. The massacre continued in Sangwu City. Even the brave and ruthless sorcerers, who were used to seeing death, did not feel disgusted by the bloody scene. Little Fatty from the Gu family was like the reincarnation of the god of death. He slaughtered the thousands of Dark Sorcerer Sect members. Blood flowed on the ground, making it look like hell on earth. The pungent blood had already soaked little Fatty's clothes. Even his hair was dripping with blood. He looked like he had just crawled out of a pool of blood. He was covered in blood. No one spoke. There was only silence. Little Fatty stood in a daze amidst the corpses. His eyes were dull as if he had lost his mind. His entire body was trembling. Wah! Suddenly, Little Fatty bent over and vomited. Although there were still Dark Sorcerer sect members in Songwu City, no one dared to step forward anymore. After this battle, the Dark Sorcerer sect had suffered heavy casualties. However, the other factions in the Sorcerer Land were not happy because of Little Fatty's massacre, because the Dark Sorcerer sect had not reached the point of extinction. As long as the supreme existence of the Dark Sorcerer sect, the Sorcerer Demon, who was regarded as the god of the Sorcerer Land, was still around, no one could shake the Dark Sorcerer sect's position in the Sorcerer Land. No one dared to attack the Dark Sorcerer sect. On the 9th floor of the Skystar Tower, Gu Fei and the others, as well as Chu Qinghuang and the others from the Central Plains, stood by the window and witnessed the tragic scene below. Brother Gu's methods are a little too ruthless. Chu Qinghuang could not help but sigh as he looked at the tragic scene below. The lives of thousands of people could be decided by a single thought from Gu Fei. Gu Fei said expressionlessly, "If I'm not wrong, Brother Chu, you're from the royal family of an eternal empire, right? How can my methods compare to yours?" The three eternal empires controlled millions of territories, and each had countless subjects. If a war broke out between the three great empires, there would definitely be millions of corpses and rivers of blood. Chu Qinghuang laughed but did not say anything. "Big brother, the main character is here." Suddenly, Shaoqing raised his head and looked into the distance. A cruel smile appeared on his face as a boundless battle intent surged in his body. What? Chu Qinghuang was shocked when he heard this. He could not sense anything, but the other party knew that an expert was rushing over. These people. Chu Qinghuang couldn't help but feel indignant. Their cultivations were much higher than his. Gu Fei's guess was right. Chu Qinghuang came from the Great Yin Dynasty, one of the three immortal dynasties. Among the royal family of the Great Yin Dynasty, there was a royal family with the surname Chu. Chu Qinghuang came from this royal family. Chu Qinghuang was a rare genius in the Chu royal family of the Southern Yin. In less than 400 years of cultivation, his cultivation had broken through to the demigod realm. He originally thought that his strength was enough to compete with the younger generation of the primordial era's factions. However, when he met Gu Fei and the others, Chu Qinghuang realized that there was always someone better than him. He could not see through Gu Fei's cultivation. Not to mention Gu Fei, Chu Qinghuang could not see through any of the people around Gu Fei. In other words, these people's cultivation was higher than his. Could their cultivation have already reached the paramount saint realm, or even the immortal realm? Thinking of this, Chu Qinghuang could not help but carefully put away his arrogance. In front of these people, he had nothing to be proud of. At this moment, Chu Qinghuang finally sensed a powerful and evil aura in the distance that was rapidly approaching Shaman City. Although the aura was still far away, it still made his heart palpitate. Rumble. A faint thunderous sound came from the horizon. Then, Chu Qinghuang saw a ball of green evil aura appear in the sky under the scorching sun. The ball of evil aura exuded an extremely tragic and evil aura. It was as if a great demon that had slaughtered countless lives had been born. The wretched green evil aura quickly spread out, covering half the sky in the end. It was like a boundless curtain that was covering the entire world. The ball of green evil aura came very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it surged above Shaman City and covered the sky, causing the entire world to be shrouded in an evil light. A terrifying aura spread out from the evil aura. Everyone in Shaman City was terrified. Some people were so scared that they peed and defecated. It was as if the end of the world had come. The little fatty was still vomiting. He vomited everything in his stomach until there was nothing left to vomit. Even his bile was vomited out. Lich, we're going to die because of that little fatty. Run. What are you waiting for? When the powerful cultivators and magistrates woke up from their stupor, they immediately fled out of the city without looking back. The city was instantly in chaos. Cries, shouts, roars, curses, it was a mess. A huge figure that was 5 or 6 meters tall appeared in the green evil light. It exuded an endless aura of death. Then, a ghostly howl that made one's scalp go numb rang out from within the green evil light. It resounded through the heavens and earth, causing everyone to feel a bone-piercing chill in their hearts. In the billowing evil aura, 2 ghostly lights shot out. They were filled with hatred and looked angrily at Gu Fei and the others on the Star Tower. It's you. 300 years ago, you killed White Bones. A ghastly voice came from the sky. The 2 rays of evil light that shot out from the evil aura locked onto Gu Fei's face. The world was filled with ghostly aura. The green evil light was everywhere. Just one look was enough to make one's heart tremble. Everyone in Song Shaman City, whether they were sorcerers of other powers or members of the Dark Shaman cult, were fighting to be the first to escape the city. Some unlucky fellows were even trampled to death by those who were desperately trying to escape. Is this the legendary witch demon? Gu Fei looked up. His eyes were shining, but his expression remained calm. Even in the face of the terrifying existence in the sorcerer land, his expression did not change. A powerful and evil aura came crashing down. Even Chu Qinghuang's expression changed. He had to use his mysterious skill to resist it. The 2 men and 1 woman behind Chu Qinghuang were already sweating profusely. The witch demon in the sky did not deliberately release its aura, but even so, Chu Qinghuang and the others could not stand it anymore. How terrifying. This is definitely a terrifying existence that surpasses immortals. Chu Qinghuang was horrified. Brother Gu, we will take our leave first. With that, Chu Qinghuang cupped his hands at Gu Fei and left with the 2 men and 1 woman. Trying to leave? Everyone here today will die. A cold voice came from the sky. Then, there was a boom. Evil chi soared into the sky. An endless green evil light condensed into a huge hand the size of a small mountain. It slammed downwards, enveloping everyone on the 2nd floor. Chapter 696. The Lich Demon came aggressively and recognized Gu Fei as the person who had killed Ancestor White Bones 300 years ago. Hence, it immediately attacked, wanting to turn everyone into minced meat. Rumble. Under the cover of the huge green hand, the entire void shook. Cracks appeared in the space, as if the world was collapsing. It's over. Chu Qinghuang and the others were scared out of their wits. This Lich Demon was too powerful, and they could not resist it at all. This was definitely a technique that surpassed the immortal realm. However, Gu Fei and the others remained calm. The half of the Sky Star Tower under their feet did not move at all, but the surroundings of the Sky Star Tower seemed to be collapsing one after another. The city residents who could not escape in time were injured and killed. The Lich Demon did not have any scruples when he attacked, nor did he care about the lives of these people. With a cold snort, a vast amount of energy erupted like a volcano. Demonic aura soared into the sky, almost dispersing the evil light that shrouded the sky above Mega City. Shaoqing made his move. A terrifying pressure spread from his body, and Chu Qinghuang and the others were sent flying like catkins in the wind. These people, as expected, Chu Qinghuang and the others were shocked. At this moment, they knew why Gu Fei and the others were so calm. After all, they were facing the invincible existence of the Magus land, the Lich Demon. It was not a coincidence that Chu Qinghuang had appeared in the Magus land. He wanted to make contact with the Dark Sorcerer sect and see if he could subdue the Dark Sorcerer sect for his own use. The battles within the Immortal Empires were much crueler and more dangerous than the battles within the cultivation world. Although Chu Qinghuang's family was the royal family of the Great Yin Dynasty, it did not mean that he was very popular within the Great Yin Dynasty. In the Great Yin Dynasty, there were many people who wanted Chu Qinghuang dead. Chu Qinghuang was developing his own power, and it was very necessary. Bam! Shaoqing soared into the sky and threw a heaven-defying punch, directly colliding with the huge green hand that was descending from the sky. Endless demonic light bloomed from his fist, and a purple sun appeared in the sky. Boom! It was as if 2 mountains had collided with each other, causing the world to shake violently. The 2 forces collided without any effort, causing the void to collapse. Spatial cracks spread out into the distance, as if a piece of porcelain had been smashed. Who? Xiaoqing fell from the sky. He was at a disadvantage. The vast and mighty energy formed a terrifying storm, sweeping out in all directions. Bam! Xiaoqing's feet landed on the ground, causing the half of the heavenly star tower to shake violently. Hideous cracks appeared on the building, and the 9-story heavenly star tower almost collapsed. When Gu Fei saw that Xiaoqing still wanted to rush forward, he quickly stretched out his hand to stop him and said in a deep voice, "You're not his opponent. Don't act rashly." The green hand disappeared into the void, and the evil aura in the world became even stronger and more terrifying. The entire Yinwu city seemed to have turned into a part of hell. Rumble. The vast and mighty energy storm destroyed everything, with the heavenly star tower at the center. Everywhere the storm passed, houses collapsed, dust rose into the sky, and the earth shook. It was a scene of doomsday. The sorcerers and other cultivators from the Central Plains who had already escaped Yinwu City looked back at this terrifying scene and could not help but secretly wipe their cold sweat. Who are those people? How dare they fight with the sorcerer demon? They seem to be experts from the Central Plains. Are you talking about the invincible young master of the Southern Yin? Everyone was guessing who had raised the butcher's knife against the dark sorcerer sect, and even alarmed the sorcerer demon who was cultivating in the holy land of the dark sorcerer sect. Only Chu Qinghuang knew about Gu Fei's background. Those who could escape Yinwu City were not ordinary people. They were either sorcerers or cultivators from the Central Plains. Most of the ordinary residents were still in Yinwu City. No one cared about the lives of these ordinary people. This was the cruelty of the cultivation world, and it could even be said that this was the cruelty of the world. No one cared about the lives of ants. "I'll go and kill this demon," the fire Qilan Balan said. He looked up at the evil figure in the sky and stretched out his hand. Endless divine fire appeared in his hand and condensed into a fiery divine spear. Swoosh! Balan raised the divine spear in his hand and stabbed it at the huge figure in the sky. The divine spear pierced through the void and turned into a ray of fire, directly piercing into the heavy, evil aura. Boom! The void shook, and streaks of green, evil energy fell from the sky like ferocious, evil dragons. Not only did they block Baron's spear, but they also tried to devour everyone on the 9th floor. All right. Balan's battle intent was like a rainbow, and he rushed into the sky with the divine spear in his hand. "Burn to desolation," Balan shouted. Vast fire elemental power immediately surged out of his body and swept through the sky. A huge fire appeared in the sky above Yinwu City. The divine fire burned until the void was distorted and dispersed the endless evil aura. The evil aura that fell from the sky like evil dragons was instantly annihilated in the huge fire. Roar! The demon's angry roar shook the sky, and the entire Yinwu City shook. The experts who could fly outside the city fell from the sky because of this roar. "Even Balan is no match for him," Gu Fei said calmly. His eyes flashed and his gaze pierced through the void. He could see the situation of the battle clearly. What? This time, even Xiaoqing found it hard to accept. Even Balan was no match for this demon? Didn't this mean that this demon's cultivation level had surpassed the immortal realm? One should know that Balan's cultivation level was even higher than Xiaoqing's. Balan was already at the peak of the immortal realm. If even Balan was no match for this demon, one could imagine how powerful this demon was. Indeed, the demon's evil aura soared to the sky. He used his supreme evil power to disperse the divine fire, break the divine spear in Balan's hand, and hit Balan down from the sky. Die! An eerie and terrifying voice came from the sky. The huge silhouette was faintly discernible in the evil aura. It was like an ancient god of death, looking down on those who were about to die. "Old Black, do you want to go up and fight?" Gu Fei did not care about this demon at all. He even dared to fight against Green Lotus of the Western Buddhist lands. Why would he be afraid of this demon? He looked at Black nonchalantly. Tian said, forget it. It's better if Big Brother does it." Hey Tian saw that Xiaoqing and Balan were defeated. How would he dare to fight? All right. Gu Fei smiled and moved his arms and legs, ready to fight. You! How dare you look down on me? The Lich Demon was enraged. Gu Fei's attitude had completely infuriated him. Boundless shaman energy gushed forth as a bitter aura soared into the heavens. At this moment, the power unleashed by the Lich Demon was unprecedentedly strong. Chapter 697. The Dark Sorcery Cult actually has a mysterious transformation realm cultivator. No wonder they can dominate the sorcery land. Gu Fei sneered. He even dared to fight Buddha Lord Green Lotus, let alone this demon. It was not a coincidence that the Dark Sorcery Cult dominated the sorcery land. They had a strong foundation. The Lich was invincible in this lawless sorcery land. Even an immortal would not be able to defeat him. Unfortunately, Gu Fei was no ordinary immortal. He was an immortal martial artist who had become an immortal through martial arts. He could challenge experts of a higher level. I'm going to tear you apart. The Lich roared. Boom. Endless sorcery power exploded. A gust of black chi suddenly appeared in the sky and surged towards Gu Fei. A pungent smell came from the black chi. Countless black shadows flashed in the black chi, emitting a terrifying evil aura. Gu Fei immediately frowned when he saw the black chi. He discovered that there were countless terrifying venomous creatures vaguely appearing in the black chi. There were colorful poisonous snakes, colorful spiders, pitch-black scorpions, red centipedes, and disgusting toads. These creatures were all extremely poisonous. However, Gu Fei realized that they were not real living creatures. The countless venomous creatures in the black fog were all shadows. This is the 5-poison miasma? Is the Lich going to massacre the entire city? He's really fearless. The crowd outside the city was in an uproar when they saw the black chi suddenly surging down from the sky. Some people had already recognized that it was one of the most vicious sorcery techniques of the Dark Sorcery Cult. At this time, the area around the Sky Star Tower was already in ruins. No one could survive. Even the little fatty had almost died. Fortunately, Hei Tian had saved the little fatty who had fainted from vomiting. I'll show you what martial arts are. Gu Fei raised his head. 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes like 2 divine rainbows. Then, his blood and chi surged. Streams of yin and yang energy rushed out of his body like giant dragons and circled around him. The extremely vigorous chi and blood directly shook the void, causing the only remaining 9-story Heavenly Star Tower under Gu Fei's feet to totter, on the verge of collapse. Go! Seeing this, Shaoqing hurriedly waved his hand and swept Chu Qinghuang and the others into his sleeves. Then, he soared into the sky and flew out of the city before the poisonous gas enveloped them. The 2 experts were finally going to fight for real. Hei Tian grabbed Little Fatty's collar with one hand and lifted him up into the sky, chasing after Shaoqing. Fire Qilan Balan took one last look at the terrifying figure in the sky and also retreated. Even immortals and deities would have to avoid such a voodoo poison. Rumble. The black fog fell from the sky like a black river and instantly collided with the chi and blood that rushed out of Gu Fei's body. The endless black fog enveloped Gu Fei in an instant. Countless poisonous snakes, centipedes, spiders, scorpions, and toads pounced on Gu Fei from all directions. These were the 5 poisons that the Lich had extracted from countless 5 poison essences. They were indestructible. Once the 5-poison miasma appeared, there would no longer be any living things in the area that was enveloped by the 5-poison miasma. This kind of voodoo poison was extremely vicious. Any living thing that came into contact with it would be poisoned to death instantly. Even immortals and deities would be poisoned to death. The yin and yang energy on Gu Fei's body was vast and mighty, blocking the countless poisonous creatures that were flying towards him from all directions. The 5-poison miasma could not touch his body. He stretched out his right hand and a ball of white light appeared in his palm. Endless yang energy gathered on his palm. Then, he raised his palm and struck the sky. Bam! The void shook. On top of Gu Fei's right palm, a blinding white light suddenly exploded. It lit up the sky and dispelled the darkness. It was as if a sun had appeared in the middle of Jiwu City. The extremely ferocious power in Gu Fei's hand was like a volcanic eruption. It surged out violently, causing the void to tremble. The black river that was hanging down from the sky was instantly cut off. The endless poison miasma was forced back by Gu Fei's unparalleled palm strength. Gu Fei rushed into the sky and struck out with his palm again. Boom! There was a loud sound as if the sky had collapsed. The 5 poison miasma that covered the sky was instantly dispersed. Kill! Gu Fei shouted. He used the desolate steps and Taoist rhymes circulated under his feet. His murderous aura soared into the sky, and his battle intent surged like a rainbow. He charged towards the evil and terrifying figure in the sky. Shaoqing and the others stood in the sky outside the city and looked at the scene in front of them. Shaoqing and the others did not feel anything, but Chu Qinghuang and the others were dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. Using martial arts to become an immortal? Has Gu Fei already become a martial immortal? Chu Qinghuang muttered to himself. He never imagined that Gu Fei's cultivation had already reached an unimaginable level. Ever since the decline of martial arts, martial immortals had disappeared from the Tanglong continent for countless years. The words immortal martial arts would only occasionally appear in the most ancient books. Chu Qinghuang was a member of the royal family of the Great Yin dynasty, so he naturally knew many secrets of the continent. He also knew that cultivating on the path of martial arts was difficult. But today, he had met an immortal martial artist. The others were equally shocked. Those who came with Chu Qinghuang knew who Gu Fei was and were speechless for a long time. The number 1 figure of Taoism, who had disappeared for 300 years, had returned. The Tanglong continent would be in turmoil. At the thought of the Taishan sect, the expressions on Chu Qinghuang and the others' faces became even more interesting. The Taishan sect had actually produced a martial immortal. Many people would probably have a headache. At this time, Gu Fei and the Lich Demon had already begun fighting. Boom! It was like a battle between 2 gods and devils. Endless evil energy surged, and the 2 silhouettes were sent flying backward. The void between the 2 of them shattered like a piece of porcelain. Gu Fei's blood qi soared into the sky, and the yin and yang essence qi around him was vast and mighty. It was like a black and white dragon was circling around him. His black hair danced wildly and his eyes were like cold stars. He stepped in the void, and with each step he took, a figure appeared. Roar! The Lich Demon roared angrily, and the heavens and earth shook. From the dark green evil aura, a terrifying figure walked out. It was a tall and unusual body. It was like an evil spirit that had crawled out of hell. The body of the Lich Demon was 5 or 6 meters tall. It was surrounded by death and evil aura, and its evil and powerful aura made people's hearts palpitate. The Lich Demon's clothes were tattered, and it looked like a corpse that had been soaked in corpse water for an unknown period of time. Yellow-black liquid constantly seeped out of its body. Its arms were covered with pitch-black scales, and its jet-black claws were like 10 sharp swords. This was an extremely evil creature that would strike fear in the hearts of anyone who looked at it. It had already transcended the boundaries of humans, and was merely an evil demon with a human body. Is this what a Lich Demon looks like? Shaoqing and the others could not help but feel nauseous when they saw the true appearance of the Lich Demon in the sky. It was hard to imagine that the invincible existence of the Sorcerer Land would look like this. This is not a lich. He Tian's eyes shone with divine light as he tried to see through the evil spirit in the sky. What do you know? Have you seen a real lich before? Chu Qinghuang asked. The history of the Lich Demon could be traced back to the ancient times. Chu Qinghuang knew that in ancient times, sorcerers were synonymous with power. Their witchcraft could overturn rivers and seas, and some powerful sorcerers could even hunt down gods in the sky. In the most ancient books, sorcerers were even mentioned in the same breath as immortals, gods, and demons. A real lich could compete with immortals, gods, and demons. It seems that the real lich has already disappeared in the long river of time. He Tian did not answer Chu Qinghuang. Instead, he muttered to himself, and there was a hint of loneliness in his voice. Of course, he was not speaking with his voice. Instead, he was communicating with others through his mind power. He Tian was wrapped in thick black clothes and looked extremely mysterious. This piqued Chu Qinghuang's interest, But He Tian was not willing to talk to Chu Qinghuang. Gu Fei did not expect the legendary lich to look like this. While he was shocked, he launched an even more powerful attack on the lich. He held yin in his left hand and yang in his right. Endless yin and yang power gathered in Gu Fei's hands. He used his martial body to communicate with heaven and earth, drawing in the power of heaven and earth. Rumble. The entire world shook. All the spiritual energy in the world was attracted by Gu Fei and gathered in his hands from all directions. The power of yin and yang was mighty, and it was as if two suns, one yin and one yang, had appeared in the sky. Everyone's hearts palpitated and their souls shook. The mighty pressure from Gu Fei made it difficult for Shaoqing and the others to breathe, let alone the others. Those with weaker cultivation had already fallen to the ground. Roar. Divine witchcraft domain. The lich demon let out a furious roar and a terrifying energy burst forth from his body. His terrifying body immediately emitted an evil green light that was tens of thousands of zhonglong. The lich's figure disappeared into the green evil light. Then, in the center of the evil light, the void collapsed and a huge vortex appeared. Rumble. The vortex spun as if it was connected to a terrifying world. The huge vortex produced a terrifying suction force that seemed to be able to devour the heavens and earth. It tried to devour Gu Fei. The void in front of the vortex collapsed and was being devoured. "Oomph! Eat my fist!" Gu Fei shouted in a deep voice. He suddenly put his hands together, and the power of yin and yang collided with each other, shattering the heavens and earth. They formed a black and white Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, which then blasted forward. Gu Fei's fists were the two yin-yang eyes of the yin-yang diagram. The power of yin and yang rotated, and the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was like a millstone. It emitted a terrifying aura of destruction and obliterated the terrifying vortex that was trying to devour it. It was as if two worlds had collided with each other. The ferocious power pierced through the heavens and the earth. The mighty pressure caused the entire Jiwu city to tremble. Buildings continued to collapse, and smoke and dust continued to rise from the city. However, no one noticed that the buildings that were collapsing in Jiwu City were all houses that were built later. The ancient buildings in the city did not collapse. Even though the ancient city was shaking violently, it still stood tall and did not show any signs of collapsing. Bam! Chapter 698. Oomph. So what if you're a lich? It's time for the shaman land to have a new master. Gu Fei walked towards the lich who fell out of the void. Every step Gu Fei took would cause the entire heaven and earth to tremble. His battle prowess was unparalleled as he used his divine power to break divine arts and forcefully destroyed the witch demon's terrifying witchcraft, knocking the witch demon out of the void. Roar. There is only one master of the shaman land, and that is me. The lich was enraged. He raised his head and roared. His green hair danced wildly in the wind. Shaman power surged, and an endless green, evil aura surged out from the shaman demon's body. It covered the sky and covered the entire Guwu city. It also covered the entire heaven and earth. A terrifying pressure spread out, and the people who were watching the battle outside the city were all terrified. The world was filled with evil energy. The lich communicated with the world and attracted endless evil energy. The world seemed to have turned into a purgatory. It was extremely terrifying. Go to hell. The lich demon roared in anger. A sinister green light shot out from his eyes. He stretched out a huge hand and grabbed towards Gu Fei. The huge hand tore through the void, surging with a terrifying destructive aura that could destroy everything. Yin and yang into the 5 elements. Gu Fei shouted and used his Xin Qi in reverse. The power of yin and yang in his body immediately turned into the power of the 5 elements. Then, 5 blurry worlds appeared around Gu Fei. This was a combination of the power of the inner heaven and earth and martial arts. It was like a magical power, but not a magical power. It was like a Taoist technique, but not a Taoist technique. Gu Fei reached out and took in a small golden world that was spinning and dancing around him. Then, he threw it forward. Endless power of the metal element spread out, and clanging sounds were heard. The blurry golden world exploded, and an endless amount of metal elemental power condensed into countless bright golden swords, slashing towards the Lich in an overwhelming manner. This was a sea of swords and knives. Sword chi shot up into the sky. Knife chi flew everywhere. It was as if countless divine weapons were unsheathed at the same time. They cut through the void and split the world. It was a shocking scene. The golden divine light lit up the world. Tens of thousands of swords and sabers collided with the huge hand. The power of the metal element was unparalleled. The overwhelming swords and sabers submerged the huge hand in an instant. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty, seemingly indestructible. Thousands of blades and swords seemed to be able to cut through everything. The huge hand that was condensed from endless evil power was completely obliterated. Thousands of knives and swords pierced through the void, also pierced through that big hand. The force did not diminish, continued to slash towards the shaman demon. The spectators outside the city were all stunned by this incomparably shocking scene. The sky above Yanwu City had transformed into a sea of golden blades and swords. Such a great offensive technique was shocking. What was a mountain of blades and sea of swords? This was a mountain of blades and a sea of swords. He was too powerful. Chu Qinghuang and the others were dumbfounded. Such a person, with such methods, could even destroy an army of thousands with a wave of his hand. A martial artist who was successful in cultivation was too terrifying. The shaman demon was shocked. He never would have thought that the other party's battle prowess would be so terrifying, drawing in the power of the metal element, turning it into countless blades, slashing towards him. Roar! The shaman demon let out an angry roar, his already extremely ferocious face becoming even more fearful. Suddenly, a gloomy green evil light surged out of his body, like a ball of fire, and directly rushed towards the thousands of knives and swords that were slashing towards him. Boom! Dark green evil fire suddenly erupted from the shaman demon's body, and the knives and swords that were enveloped by the evil fire all collapsed, turning into the power of the metal element, which was then absorbed by the evil fire, causing the evil fire to become even more vigorous. The thousands of knives and swords were collapsing, and the endless power of the metal element was being devoured by the evil fire. The fire rose to the sky, and even the void was being burned to pieces. The dark green evil light surged in the sky above Yanwu City, and the spectators from afar were all indescribably shocked, especially the sorcerers of the previous generation in the shaman land, who were even more shocked. It's the witch fire. The terrifying witch fire that can burn everything in the world. Oh my God! The shaman demon has cultivated the witch fire. The sorcerers of the previous generation in the shaman land were all stunned. This kind of fire only appeared in the legends, and it was a supreme witchcraft that could burn immortals to death. Big brother! Big brother! Shaoqing and Heitian were no longer worried. The witch fire could burn everything in the world, and it could also devour the spiritual chi of the world to fuel the fire. It was truly terrifying, and they did not know if Gu Fei could withstand this terrifying witchcraft. Balon, the fire Qilin, looked at the scene with a serious expression and did not say anything. You have fire, and so do I. Let's see whose fire is stronger. The thousands of knives and swords finally collapsed, and Gu Fei's killing technique was broken by the shaman demon. However, a blurry little world that was completely filled with flames appeared beside him, and he struck it forward. Rumble! The void shook, and the fire elemental world instantly expanded. Monstrous divine fire surged out from the fire elemental world and met the burning witch fire. It was as if Gu Fei had opened up a world of fire, and the power of the world expanded. He stood in the fire elemental world, and he looked like the reincarnation of the fire god. The world of fire expanded in all directions high in the sky. Boom! The heaven and earth shook, and the flames soared into the sky. The two kinds of flames collided and canceled each other out. The power of the fire elemental world resisted the witch fire, but the entire fire elemental world was shaking violently, and there were actually signs of collapse. What kind of fire is this? Gu Fei felt the danger, and he was very surprised. The sorcery that the shaman demon displayed was astonishing, and his own fire elemental world was actually unable to resist this kind of flame. The shaman demon roared again and again, and he was going all out. Endless shaman power was burning, and the witch fire was surging, and this part of the world was burning until it collapsed and collapsed. The heaven and earth shook violently, and the power of Gu Fei's fire elemental world was shaken. The edge of the fire elemental world began to collapse, and the power of the fire elemental world was being forcibly devoured by the evil power of the witch fire. Damn it! Seeing this, Gu Fei was shocked, and his heart couldn't help but give birth to endless battle intent. He cultivated the martial way and walked on the path of martial arts. He would only become stronger when he met strong opponents. Using wood to fire, fire and wood is one. Gu Fei shouted in a deep voice. He operated his mysterious technique and brought over a little world that was full of vitality, and then he struck this little world into the collapsing fire elemental world. Break! With Gu Fei's shout, the wood elemental world that was derived from the wood elemental world and the power of the inner world suddenly exploded. Endless wood elemental world surged out from the fire elemental world like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The endless wood elemental world was like oil poured on a fire, burning up. Using wood to fire, the fire elemental world received this power, and the power of the fire elemental world instantly increased by many times. The fusion of fire and wood gave birth to an unbelievably strong power. This power was really too strong. The fire elemental world, which was constantly being burned by the witch fire, instantly reformed the shattered void and counterattacked the witch fire. The fire swept the heaven and earth, and the whole sky turned into a sea of fire. Rumble. One side of the world was expanding, and the endless witch fire was being devoured by the rapidly expanding world. It was unstoppable, and even the witch fire that was said to be able to burn everything in the world couldn't do it. The endless witch fire was quickly refined by the power of the fire elemental world. After the power of the witch fire was refined, the divine fire in the fire elemental world became more vigorous, burning the whole world red. At this time, the power of the fire elemental world completely suppressed the power of the witch fire and shrouded the lich demon, wanting to take the lich demon into the fire elemental world. Gu Fei, with absolute power, suppressed the witch fire and refined it and devoured it. This proved one thing, and that was, as long as one's power was strong enough, one could overwhelm everything. Even an indestructible divine object, as long as one's power was strong enough, one could also destroy it. Who the hell are you? At this time, the lich demon panicked a little. He quickly dodged to avoid the engulfment of the fire elemental world and shouted loudly, "You are not a human, not a demon, not a god, and not even a demon. You are not qualified to know who I am." Gu Fei said disdainfully. He stood in the fire elemental world, controlling the void filled with monstrous divine fire, and pressed towards the lich demon. It was as if the whole world was moving, and the whole world was trembling. How is this possible? He broke the witch fire? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The sorcerers of the older generation of the sorcerer land were all stunned. The supreme sorcery that the lich demon had cast had been broken just like that. The monstrous divine fire had refined the witch fire, which was too shocking and appalling. When Shaoqing and the others saw that Gu Fei had reversed the situation and gained the upper hand, they were all overjoyed. Chu Qinghuang of the great Yin royal family, on the other hand, had a solemn look on his face. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Gu Fei stood in the fire elemental world, surrounded by the other 4 elemental worlds, and pressed towards the lich demon with unparalleled power, forcing the lich demon to retreat continuously. Bang! Gu Fei directly attacked in the fire elemental world and punched at the lich demon. The violent power directly triggered the fire elemental power in the fire elemental world, and a fiery divine fist the size of a small mountain blasted out from the fire elemental world. Boom! The power of the fist shook heaven and earth, and the fire elemental power surged. The divine fire illuminated the world, and the giant fist instantly blasted in front of the lich demon. It was extremely fast. Roar! The lich demon roared and waved his claws, which were covered in scales, forward. Sorcery power rushed out from his claws like evil dragons, blocking the fiery divine fist that was in front of him. Bang! The fiery divine fist directly smashed the evil dragons and sent the lich demon flying thousands of feet away. In the entire Tonglong continent, perhaps only a warrior of the immortal realm like Gu Fei could suppress a lich demon in the mysterious change realm. "I'm done playing with you," Gu Fei said coldly, and then a purple sword light rushed out from his dantian. He stretched out his hand to catch the sword light and directly swung his sword at the lich demon. Swoosh! The shocking sword light suddenly appeared, and the sword chi instantly erupted, causing everyone to shiver. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and their souls were frozen, unable to think. Chapter 699. Clang! The sound of the sword resonated through the 9 heavens, shocking even the gods and ghosts. The chilling sword chi filled the air, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. The bright sword light caused the world to lose its color. Swoosh! The sword light flashed and disappeared at an extremely fast speed. Then, the terrifying aura also disappeared as if it had never appeared. Everyone immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, what happened next shocked the experts in the sorcerer land. The lich had been sliced in half. Green blood splattered from the sky, and the corpse fell from the sky. The lich is dead? How is this possible? Aren't liches immortal? Everyone who witnessed this scene was inexplicably shocked. What had just happened? How could the lich be killed in an instant? Gu Fei's attack was too fast. The purple gold divine sword was unleashed and retracted in an instant. It was so fast that most people could not even see his movements clearly. Even the young duke of the Yin kingdom, Chu Qinghuang, could only see the sword light flash and then disappear. Then, the powerful and terrifying lich was killed by Gu Fei. Chu Qinghuang and the others were dumbfounded and could not speak for a long time. What kind of sword was that? How could it be so afraid that it could kill the lich directly? However, at this moment, the 2 pieces of the lich's corpse that had fallen into the city suddenly emitted an evil green light. Within the evil light, a blurry figure instantly sank into the ground. What? Seeing this, Gu Fei was shocked. Without thinking, he pressed his right hand down from the sky. Boom! Endless divine fire surged out from his hand. A flaming divine palm, like a huge mountain, smashed through the void and smashed down from the sky. Bam! The sorcerer's city shook. Dust rose high into the sky, and endless flames enveloped the void. The terrifying fire elemental power instantly reduced the lich's corpse to ashes. Roar! Gu Fei roared in anger. How could the lich not die even after that? Using the desolate steps, he could travel several miles with each step. He chased in the southwest direction. He had already locked on to the lich's aura. Even the purple gold divine sword was unable to completely kill the lich demon. Although it destroyed his physical body, it allowed his primordial spirit to escape. It seemed that the lich demon was indeed quite capable. Swish! 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 Gu Fei walked in the void as if he was teleporting. With just a few steps, he disappeared into the horizon. At this time, the setting sun was like blood. It was already evening. No one could sense the lich's aura. Even Shaoqing and the others did not know how the lich had escaped. They hurriedly chased after the direction Gu Fei had disappeared. This little fatty. He Tian helplessly carried the little fatty, Gu Zhong, and chased after him. He really wanted to throw this fellow who was covered in blood away. However, He Tian knew that Gu Fei seemed to value this little fatty. Moreover, this little fatty had the same surname as Gu Fei. Could it be that Gu Fei was related to the Gu family of the Sorcerer Land? Although He Tian was unwilling, he did not dare to throw the unconscious little fatty away. If Gu Lao asked him for him, he would be in trouble. They are all experts of the immortal realm. Chu Qinghuang murmured as he looked in the direction Shaoqing and the others had disappeared. At this time, he felt that he was a frog at the bottom of a well. In the Tonglong continent, the forces of the ancient desolation had returned. The immortals and immortals had reappeared. All heroes were rising. A great era was coming. The demigod realm was simply not enough. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Chu Qinghuang's expression changed several times. Then, he called out to his companions and flew in the direction Shaoqing and the others had disappeared. The 2 men and 1 woman who had come to the sorcerer land with Chu Qinghuang all followed Chu Qinghuang's lead. They did not have any objections and followed behind Chu Qinghuang. The light streaked across the sky like a divine rainbow. Soon, it disappeared into the horizon. After Chu Qinghuang and the others had left, a few old men walked out from the crowd of sorcerers outside the city. They looked in the direction Chu Qinghuang and the others had left in and did not speak for a long time. That direction. An old man holding a black wooden walking stick broke the silence. This old man's entire body was shrouded in evil energy, and he had a green face. The black wooden walking stick in his hand had a black skull embedded in it. They are attacking the Dark Sorcerer sect's sacred ground? Are they trying to destroy the Dark Sorcerer sect? The old men were all extremely shocked. Not only had those people killed the sorcerer demon True Body, but they were also attacking the Dark Sorcerer sect's sacred ground without any hesitation. It seemed that the Dark Sorcerer sect was doomed. The few old men turned into rays of evil light and also flew towards the Dark Sorcerer sect's sacred ground. The battle between Gu Fei and the sorcerer demon had shocked the entire sorcerer land. A group of people dressed in Central Plains clothes stood on a mountain outside Dark Sorcerer City and looked in the direction of Dark Sorcerer City. Gu Zhong, a white-haired old man, let out a long sigh. Then, he led the group of people down the mountain. They did not alarm anyone and left silently. A few sorcerers with evil energy also rode on the evil wind and rushed towards the Dark Sorcerer sect's sacred ground. They wanted to know if the Dark Sorcerer sect was really finished. The power in the sorcerer land was about to be reshuffled. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The divine rainbow streaked across the sky. After flying for a few hundred miles, Shaoqing and the others entered an evil land. Although it was still dusk, this part of the world was already dark and gloomy. Evil energy lingered in the air. Gusts of foul wind blew from the front. It was nauseating. In front of them, black energy soared into the sky. Evil energy enveloped the land. Even sunlight could not shine in. Soon, they came to the sky above a swamp. They saw a figure standing on the periphery of the swamp. The figure was scanning the swamp. Evil energy surged in the swamp. There was no sign of life. This was a death swamp, a place where evil energy gathered. However, to the sorcerers of the sorcerer land, this place was a treasure land. The poisonous miasma here was very suitable for practicing evil sorcery. Practicing sorcery here would undoubtedly be twice the result with half the effort. Shaoqing and the others flew down from the sky and came to Gu Fei's side. "Big brother, how is it?" Shaoqing asked. It seemed that the sorcerer demon had escaped into this death swamp. This sorcerer demon was quite capable. The sorcerer demon's primordial spirit has escaped, Gu Fei said. This sorcerer demon was quite good at escaping. It had actually escaped from his hands. This made Gu Fei very unhappy. What should we do? Shaoqing looked into the swamp and couldn't help but frown. This death swamp did not seem to be simple. There was a heart-palpitating evil energy surging in the depths of the swamp. Gu Fei looked at the swamp in front of him that was surrounded by evil energy. His eyes flashed.